What is going on, everybody?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time.
What? What is...
For Christ before Jesus.
No, hey, Daddy's talking.
With your host,
Okay, well, say hi to your mom for me, so...
Jaron Wingo.
No, it's not a thing.
So sit back, tap the screen, and get your mythicism on.
What is going on, everybody? What is going on? What's happening? We are having a good day here. I'm dual streaming right now. Dual streaming to YouTube and TikTok. What is going on, everybody? Kind of going through here. Taking a look at both chats. The TikTok chat is already flying off the handle over there. Let's see. We've got first from Holly. What's going on, Holly? Yes, first. I got Hetty Artisan here. Holy shit, YouTube actually notifies me when you go live. Well, yeah, that's because that's ran by Google, and you know what? I'm not going to worry about it. Queen La Doctor Regime says Bofa. A from Boom Cloud. Ayo from Drenger, I guess. Hello, kids from Miss Michelle. Jose Gonzalez definitely exists. Yes, he does. Taking a look at the YouTube chat, we've got Ron Louther 0944 says hi. Hi. Let's see. Good morning from Rebel Apostate. Let's fucking go from Hose of the Demon. Here we go. Good morning, everyone from Skeptic Frog. Woohoo! From Rebel Apostate. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Nice to see you. Yes, it is. If you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about Jesus or Paul. Early church fathers, ancient historians, ancient Greeks, ancient Romans. I'll even talk Book of Mormon or Quran if you really, really want to. Possibly even the Old Testament. Possibly. Probably not. But maybe. I don't know. But not the supernatural stuff, not the theological stuff, not the moralistic implications, not stuff today. I'm talking about back in the past, history. If you think that Jesus or Paul existed 2,000 years ago, just walking about in Judea, come on up. I want to hear from you. If you're over on YouTube, the way to join is over on TikTok. Just download the TikTok app. It's going to be tiktok.com/ at Christ Before Jesus, or just, look up the username Christ Before Jesus there on your phone. But yeah, welcome in, everybody. I will try, of course, to get to anybody who's, talking over there on the YouTube side. I've got your chat pulled up, so if you have a question in there, I might be able to answer it. But there on the TikTok side, we've got plenty of people coming in. Hopefully, we get some guests here before too terribly long, and we can get right to it. Hopefully. We'll see what happens here. Let's see. But yeah, request up. The request button should be right about there-ish, somewhere down, maybe or somewhere there or down there-ish. I don't know. Somewhere in there. Just hit the request button. That's all I'm saying. Come on up if you think Jesus or Paul existed 2,000 years ago. We've got someone there in the chat. It's a Bofa Steam Day stream, I think. I think that's what they're talking about. I imagine. Bring it, you. I'm Christian Fox from Host of the Demon. There's some YouTube comments that I don't think I'll be able to actually say. Since you read the chat, Paul talks like a cosmic Jesus, aka Christ, correct? Well, kinda, sorta. I mean, yes, but also no. So Richard Carrier talks about, he's the famous / infamous mythicist pretty much ever, and he talks a lot about don't read my shit, dude. I'm unchained. Okay, so he talks a lot about how Paul talks about Jesus in like a cosmic way, or in like a spiritual sense. He got crucified in a spiritual sense. He existed, that kind of thing. And fair, okay, it's whatever. The biggest tweak that I would make to that argument is that the New Testament actually shows up in the 2nd century with the first person publishing a gospel or publishing any works of Paul, being Marcion, who believed that Jesus descended out of heaven as a fully grown man and wasn't actually born here, wasn't actually a human being. So this would account for why Paul, which is just these writings from Marcion in his school, this would account for why, or explain why he's it seems like every once in a while he's talking about more of a cosmic or spiritual Jesus, or a Jesus that just isn't a real human being. And this is stuff that Richard Carrier is able to pick up, but if he moved the text to the 2nd century, it would make his argument so much better. But yeah, that's just kind of how it goes. They're on the TikTok side. Let's see. We got good morning, everyone, from Yana. But can you define what a bondservant was back in the day? What does that have to do with anything? Where's the block button? Where's the block button? Oh, it's right here. There you go. Found it for you. Okay. Polycrap says hi from Ebonite Unitarian. Let's see. Persuade, influence, change. Whoa, new header. Slightly. Gray Eyes sent that to me. I don't know if he made it or not. I still don't know the answer to that. Love Aguilera says fancy. OMG new banner. Oppo the tri. Oppo, good to see you. Terrified of you. Mazkeen, good morning, friends. Sup, T? Mario says, what makes you the expert? Well, come up and we'll have a conversation about it. Ebonite Unitarian says, I got crucified several times, once on this live. Ebonite, I don't even know what you're talking about. The reason you're not allowed up here is because I never know what you're talking about. Charlie says, 4K or $4,000 for the first person to message me God did. Oh, well. All right. Oh, okay. It was something that just posted. I got crucified several times. Bro, they were gouging the citizens. I don't know what that. I don't know what this person's talking about. Soda Pop, you can come up if you like. I don't know what you're talking about. And over on the YouTube side, if you see me going, that's because there's something on the TikTok side. So I apologize there. It just kind of looks kind of ridiculous because it doesn't make any sense. Meister TT says, most biblical scholars believe Jesus existed, buddy, and I'm an atheist. First of all, gross. Secondly, come on up if you have any good evidence for Jesus. Come on up. We'll talk about it. We will talk about it. Hey, CBJ kids. What's going on, Thistle Honey? Dylan Taylor says the Bible says that Jesus existed, though. I bet it does. Jesus was an alien like Spock from Star Trek, also died for us. Wow. Because aside from saying that Jesus was born from a woman, radio silence as for the rest, but 2nd century Marcion, makes sense. It makes sense. I'm just saying. If you put the story of Jesus and everything coming from the 2nd century from someone, at least at first, who didn't believe that Jesus was a human being, if you basically approach it as if it's mythology from the 2nd century, yeah, there you go. That's how that works. Let's see. Every day, I don't even know what that means. King of the Night says Jesus walked and died for us. Even the Romans account for it. Well, I'd like to see what you're talking about because I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. Could you describe your religious background, or are you also an atheist? And what do you mean by gross? Let's see. First person up is Gene. How's it going, Gene?
Hi, brother. Please, 3 minutes. From Syria need the help. 3 minutes. We love you, King. Please.
Hey, guess what, Gene?
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, not a problem. See you later. All right, Turquoise Caballero, how's it going?
Oh shit, what's happening?
Hey, what you got?
Jesus not only walked, but I heard he walked on water. I'm just fucking with you.
What?
What?
I mean, did you have any questions or anything, or?
Are you saying Jesus Christ never existed and some guy named Paul never existed?
Yep.
All right. Well, I know a bunch of guys named Paul.
All right. That joke's pretty tired. All right. As let's see, the next person up, we got Shadow Morongo.
Yo, yo, yo.
Hey,
What's
what
up,
you
man?
got?
How are you?
Hey, doing good, doing good. What you got for us, man?
Hey, I just wanted to, I don't know. I just wanted to say, in my opinion, respectfully, I really do think Jesus existed and Paul.
Not a problem. What would be your evidence for that?
Just the extreme amount of evidence that we had throughout time, especially in different religions, Islam,
Which is an offshoot of
Judaism,
Christianity.
Christianity. Yeah, all that.
Where does a Jewish holy text talk about Jesus?
Where does a what now?
The Jewish holy texts do not talk about Jesus. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, no, they don't specifically talk about him, but they do mention him, especially
That doesn't
the
make any
Jewish.
sense. How do you mention somebody without talking about him?
Here, how do I put this? Honestly, I'm not really an expert on like the Jewish religion and everything, stuff like that, but I have heard that Jews do believe in Jesus Christ, especially
That
God.
doesn't make any sense. They'd be Christians.
But like just because you believe in Jesus Christ doesn't mean you're automatically a Christian. That wouldn't make sense either.
I think you're meaning like believe that Jesus existed. If you say the word Christ, then that implies that he'd be the Messiah, in which case they'd be Christians.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Jews accepting a story that Christians tell them is not the same as Jesus is part of that religion.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So,
No,
I mean,
I-
like Josephus, a Jewish person in the first century, mentions Hercules and says that this is what the Greeks believe. That doesn't mean that he worships Hercules.
Okay. But I how do I say this? There's also some other evidence that Jesus was also here on Earth,
Okay.
especially existed.
Like, what you got?
I don't know if you've seen or believe in any of like his artifacts that were remained, like the Holy Crown, his robes.
How would they be
and-
able to determine that he owned those things or that was jammed into his head?
Well, they were preserved for thousands of years.
That doesn't make
because
any
they were
sense
Jesus Christ.
because the first time that those things even pop up is the 4th century. No one even mentions them prior to that. So I don't know how that's possible.
Well, I guess you got a point there.
Yeah,
But,
so the relics and whatnot, the earliest that any relics date to is about the 4th or 5th century, because that's around the time that the Christians started caring about that stuff. Prior to that, we don't have anything where someone was like, "Oh, hey, I maintain this relic." How would that even be the case? How would the Christians be able to keep these things that the Romans used? That doesn't make any sense. Not to mention his robe itself. It says was like the soldiers in the story. It says the soldiers took it home, and they divided it up. So how would we have it?
Well, here, let me argue that point. Where do you get that point that they divided it?
Well, they were even if they didn't divide it. Even if they didn't divide it, it would be something that the soldiers had, not the Christians. So how would what? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, but like, yeah, I know what you're trying to say, but like, where's like the part like in that like the actual part of your evidence where it says that the soldiers actually kept the robe?
Oh, okay. Give me 1 second here.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, I think it's in John. Well, it's technically in all of them. It says that they divided it, or divided his clothing up among them. So, I mean, you could say that that meant like they ripped it into pieces, but it just kind of depends on how you take it there. So, we're gonna use Luke 23. That's probably the best one to use there. Okay. So in Luke 23, I'm gonna go ahead and bring up the verse here. All
Okay.
right.
Okay.
All right. So what it says here is, then Jesus said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they are doing, and they cast lots to divide his clothing. So in other words, they're
Yeah.
dividing his clothing up.
Okay. Okay. That's all I needed. Thank you.
Yeah. But anyways, so
Okay. So here's well, what do you believe in? Do you believe in God Himself? or
I
are you
believe
just
that
an
Jesus
atheist?
and Paul did not exist. Did you have any evidence for them?
Well, virtually among professionals on Earth, like atheists,
I don't
Jewish, and
care.
Christian.
It just depends on the evidence. What is the evidence that you have or they have? I don't care about how many people have an opinion of something, and nor do you, by the way, because uh, close to like 1 billion people believe that like Muhammad was the last true prophet of God. You probably don't believe that. 20 million people believe that Joseph Smith was a true prophet and that he translated some golden plates that we don't have anymore from Reformed Egyptian, which is a language that has never been a thing, into the Book of Mormon. You don't believe that, so it doesn't really matter how many people have a particular position on this. I don't give a shit. It just matters what the evidence is.
Okay. Well, I can give you some Roman proof about it.
Sounds good. What you got?
Okay. In the Roman historian, how do you say that? Tacitus. Tacitus. Yeah. It explicitly wrote that Pontius Pilate executed Jesus.
What does it
and
say his position is?
Who?
Pontius Pilate.
I don't.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Quick Google searches aren't gonna save you, bud. Um, your host, I got a question. Like, what's the whole argument?
What? Oh, sorry.
Oh crap, I got mudded. Uh, I wanted to know the like whole argument behind it, like Jesus and Paul not existing.
Yep.
I'm
It's
not Christian, so I don't really care. But
It's
you know what I'm saying?
because
I'm just
the
curious.
Jesus, even the natural Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, Quran, and Book of Mormon, does not line up with first century history, geography, archaeology, that kind of thing.
Wait, what you mean? Because I know, like some arguments for like Paul is like the false testimonies, him, or like people like forging like for example Peter 2, you know what I'm saying, those kind of things. But I've never heard of the argument for like can you give me like an example? You know what I'm saying?
For what? For
Like the
Paul.
historical or archaeological proof that Jesus never existed.
Oh, okay. Well, there are stories there from the Christians that talk about like his birth, and his birth would be a natural story, and that doesn't even line up with itself, much less
Theology, yeah.
the actual timeline. So, like Luke says that he's born during 6 CE at earliest, which would be during the Quirinius, the governor of Syria's, during his census that he takes, that we know quite a bit about. The issue there is if Jesus starts his ministry roughly 30 years old, which is what Luke 3 says, Luke chapter 3. And if he dies somewhere around the age of 33, that would put his death around the year 38, 39, 40, somewhere around there. The issue with this is that Pilate was dismissed in 36. So Pilate could not have actually sentenced him to the cross if this was the case.
That's actually tough. All right, that's the only question I had. Appreciate it. Peace out, man.
All right. Let's see. Monkey Boy. You there, Monkey Boy?
I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, what you got there, Monkey Boy?
Well, first off, I want to say, like, I'm not a Christian at all.
Okay.
I'm actually a big fan of you. I've been following you for a long time.
Thank you.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
Like, do you, like, I believe that everything in the universe that exists, anything that exists is physical, like, is made of matter and energy. Do you share that belief?
What?
Like, everything that exists is made of matter and energy. Like,
For the sake of the
electrons, protons,
conversation,
neutrons,
sure.
neutrons, all of that stuff.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Do you ever deal with Christians that try to, like, anytime you press on them about whether or not Christianity is true, they always try to force you into a position where you have to, like, justify logic?
I mean, every once in a while that's called running tag or the
Yeah, the tag
that kind of
argument,
stuff.
exactly.
It's just silly. It's just dumb.
Can I give you, like,
So
a
whenever
really
somebody
easy-
comes up and tries to say that, I just say tag you're it and just block them.
Can I give you, like, a really easy way of just dealing with that?
I
Like,
mean,
it's
if
probably
you can
gonna
make
make
it
you
in
go
10
crazy.
seconds, because I mean, it's not really the topic of the
got you, I got
live, which is why I generally don't listen to it whenever somebody comes up. You know?
I got you.
But if you can make it in a few seconds, sure, yeah, I'll listen to it.
This is what you're gonna say. If everything in the universe, everything that exists is physical, logic exists, logic is physical. They're gonna ask you, okay, well, how is logic physical? This is what you're gonna say. If someone is dead, I don't have to give you an accounting of how they died to know that they're dead, just by virtue of the fact that they're dead, right? So
Okay.
if the presupposition of everything that exists is physical is true, then it necessarily follows that logic is physical. You don't have to give them a step-by-step accounting of exactly how logic is physical. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah. I mean,
So don't even argue with them about that. Just it's circular.
I generally
It's a
don't.
circular-
That's the
Yeah, I
thing.
know.
As soon as somebody says something like that, I'm just like, I sincerely could not give less of a shit about what this person is
It's a
talking about.
circular argument. The worldview is circular, but so is their worldview. Their worldview is circular, so you can also have a circular worldview. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you just say, "Oh, hey, that's circular." Yeah, well, mine's circular. Yeah,
All right,
I
well,
mean,
thank
it's
you.
just
Thank
it's
you for
you know
having me on.
it's silly. Like
Yeah,
I don't like talking philosophy because
it's stupid. Honestly, it's dumb.
look, I don't usually talk to philosophy majors, but when I
Yeah.
do, I ask for large fries.
Because they're all working at McDonald's.
Anyways, thank you very much for coming up. I will. Thank you.
Yeah, take care.
Hey, Virtue 2 Feral is in the chat, everybody. Virtue 2 Feral. That is Virtue 2 Feral, everybody. Virtue 2 Feral, brought to you by Texas Instruments. You thought you could bring that pathetic ass Casio calculator to college algebra? It's TI-83 or it's nothing. Virtue 2 Feral. All right. Let's see here. I thought I had somebody who was requesting up. I think I do. I Texas Instruments in college. Yeah, exactly. What is going on? Boom Cloud.
Oh, shit, sorry, my bad.
Oh. Any questions while you're up here?
Nah, I'm good, thanks, man.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks. All right. Now, Luminance, or Luminance, or I don't know, something. Lumens. What's going on?
It's pretty good. Yeah, you can go with Lumen. Well, thanks for having me up. I have a quick question.
Yep.
I've been watching your page a little bit. obviously anyone who is a Protestant Christian would obviously fall apart to your argument because they have no apostolic succession. My question to you is, because I've seen your arguments and it's like they're pretty good, but have you ever debated like someone like Jay Dyer or someone who is like a Catholic or Eastern Orthodoxy that has, church fathers and stuff like that?
I mean, I talk about church fathers all the time. Also, prove to me that anybody has apostolic succession by showing me that any of the disciples actually lived.
Well, what I mean by apostolic succession, I'm not proving a point or here to debate.
No,
was
I
just
understand.
asking
It's
more
just
so.
when someone
Okay.
tries to come in and say, hey, I have apostolic succession, I say, no, you don't. You can't show me that any of these people actually existed. I mean, we don't even have writings from anybody who says they know a disciple. At best, we have something that says, hey, I know someone who knew a disciple, but even when we have writings from that person, they never claim it. So, like, later on, people say, ooh, Ignatius knew John. Later on, people say, oh, hey, Polycarp knew John. We don't have shit from those people that says that they knew John. So, like, it's just kind of dumb.
Are you, and when you say that, are you referring to like the original copies? Because they say we have copies of copies and not
No,
the originals.
I'm saying
Go ahead,
I'm
go ahead.
saying we do not have any writings from Ignatius, whether copies or not, that say that he knows John. Same thing goes for Polycarp. We do not have anything, copies, originals. We don't have any originals for really any of these people, anyways. But we don't have any copies that even have him saying, "I knew John."
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the apostolic lineage is directly through, generally speaking, Peter. But we definitely don't have anybody saying that they knew Peter.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was just curious about
well, the part of the reason for that is because Peter supposedly dies before John, right? So if Peter
Yeah.
dies before John, then we definitely don't have anybody, because we start getting actual like copies from things in the 2nd century. That's when all this actually starts to take off. Like, if you really think about it, it is absurd how little we have from the first century. We don't have shit for Jesus.
Yeah.
We don't have shit for the disciples. We don't have shit from the church fathers. There's nothing. There's nothing in it. No one, no one is writing jack shit as a Christian in the 1st century. We don't get anything until we start getting copies of things from the 2nd century, because that's when all of this stuff starts happening. Now, we do have things like the Book of Elchasai. The Book of Elchasai comes out in like during the reign of Trajan, which could be like 98 to 117. But the problem there is that it doesn't say anything about Jesus or the disciples. So like, it's really problematic, because you don't get anything from disciples, from about Jesus, about disciples, about Paul, from Paul, from church fathers, until you make it to the middle of the 2nd. Oh, my bad there. And this just screams, this is a 2nd century.
Or I'll let you go. If
You
you can
still there?
hear me, I'll definitely check out the Elchasai
Oh, you there?
book you're talking about.
You there?
Take care.
Hopefully you're there. I don't know. That was weird. It like, I could hear him talk, but as soon as he dropped, it actually like put me back on. That's really weird. That's really strange. I don't know how that happened.
Kind of went buggy
Yeah,
there for a
it was
minute.
only during that guest. Like, it was there at the end of the guest. As soon as he dropped, everything changed. That was really weird.
That was weird.
Okay, what's going on, Quinn?
I agree. Hey, how you doing, man?
Yep.
I don't follow everything that's wrote, and I don't follow everything, that is. I was Roman Catholic first 30 years of my life. The second 33 years of my life, I was in meditation. So I'm probably the kind of guy that you're going to kick off the platform right off the bat, because I follow. I mean, you said you hear weird things, you're going to kick people off, and all my knowledge comes through meditation, self-reflection, inner reflection. So it's, I don't know if you want to hear what I have to say or not. I'm not here to waste your time. I don't want you wasting mine either.
What?
But
Not a
go
problem.
ahead. I'm
Well,
sorry.
what do you got? What? I mean, do you have a question on the topic, or what do you have that's related to the topic?
Do you believe in anything? I mean, if you don't believe in that, what do you believe in? I'm just curious.
Well-
You believe we live and we die and that's it? That's the end? Or
Well, I believe that Jesus and Paul never existed. That's the point of the topic here.
Okay. I was just curious what you believed in then, if you don't believe that.
Gotcha. I mean, does there have to be something else?
No, I guess that for you there doesn't have to be, I guess.
Yeah. I mean,
I was just curious. It was just a question, man.
Yeah.
You don't have to answer.
well, no,
That's
I
okay.
mean, I don't really understand what you're getting at. I'm confused. I mean, that as someone there in the chat there said, yeah, as Nate Zimmer says, if there's no master, then who will I be a slave to? Like I don't understand. Why is that a
Why do you look at it like that? Like we're a
well?
slave?
I'm saying
I
I'm
don't-
saying that's like the question that you're asking. If you don't believe in a master, then whose slave are you? Like, what are you talking about? Why does this statement mean that I must believe in something else? Why?
I don't know how to answer that because of the way you're looking at it. It's not. You shouldn't look at it like that. I mean, you're in a lower form right now. You don't think that you could go to a higher form and be greater than
Why
you
would
are
I?
now?
Why would I ever be concerned with that? What? Why is that a concern?
Well, I guess if you're not concerned with it, then you'll continue to cycle like you are.
Is that
I
a
mean, that's
problem?
fine.
I mean, I don't.
No, that's
Okay.
not a problem.
I mean, unless there's any particular reason for me to, stop doing
Human
whatever
life
you're saying I'm
cycles.
doing. I don't know why I should be concerned with it.
Okay, well, have fun. Hey, congratulations.
Sounds good.
You're a champ. Hey.
All right. Sweet. All right. Well, if anybody's got any evidence for Jesus, Paul, come on up. And I apologize because the last guest that I was talking about, where the internet was freaking out, or the TikTok app or something. I'm trying to dual stream, so I think part of it's probably that kind of issue there. But anyways, the point is, what I was saying was that you have the Book of Elchasai that comes out around the reign of Trajan from 98 to 117. This is supposedly tied in with the Ebionites, who would be like some early Christians, according to later Christian historians. But this book doesn't have anything where like you have anybody named Jesus, doesn't have disciples or anything. So the point is, this is very clearly a myth that starts in the middle of the 2nd century. This is when we first started getting any writings. This is the first time we get mentions of the disciples, of Jesus, of Paul, any writings about these people from church fathers. It's all the middle of the 2nd century. We don't have shit before this. So it's very clearly something from the middle of the 2nd. But where I'm going with this is that as a result, they can't claim to have anybody connected to Peter, because if Peter dies halfway through the 1st century, or a little further than halfway through well, it just kind of depends. A little further than halfway through the 1st century, then you can't have anybody who is active in the middle of the 2nd century when these people are active, or even really near the beginning of the 2nd century. You can't have anybody who knows these people. And see, that's the problem that they have. They're like, shit, they got to say that they're connected to John at best, because they say John lives till he's, the 2nd century. So it's just, they kind of shoot themselves in the foot, because they end up like unaliving off their characters a little too fast. And then they're like, shit, we've got a bigger problem on our hands now. What's going on? Gary Morin.
Yeah, I've been following you for quite a while, and I mostly agree with you. I really like your evidence-based approach and everything you do.
Thank you.
I guess my question for you is, if these people never existed and they're just characters in a story from the beginning, what's your theory or your belief of where it came from? Where did Christianity start before Rome took over and made it their state religion? Like, how did this obscure cult develop into what it became if it's all based on fiction?
If Zeus is based on fiction, then how did it become so big that the Romans copied it and just called him Jupiter?
I don't have an answer to that question.
It just kind of
I don't know.
happens. That's kind of the answer. Is things just kind of happen. Back then, mythology was a pretty big deal. I mean, when you have a god for just about everything, and then finally you have someone else who says, "Oh, I have a god who does just about everything," it just kind of fits. Jesus is very syncretic, so it's something that's able to spread. It's able to get popular. That's what it is. And we have evidence of multiple syncretic gods that come prior, like Serapis, the bust that I was holding up earlier. This is a Greco-Egyptian god. He's syncretic. He brings about stories from like Asclepius, the Greek healer god, but then he also has things from like Set from Egypt. Like there's different things that go into these gods. The syncretic gods were all the rage back then. Some god that you talk about that kind of takes on different forms or takes on different abilities that you've heard of, and that's what Jesus does. Jesus turns water into wine, but then he also has the necromancy powers where he can drive out demons and stuff and raise the dead, and then he can like control the weather, and then he makes money come out of a fish's mouth, and then he walks on the water, and then he resurrects, and then finally he takes a little bit of food and makes it a lot of food. I mean, like it's
who
very
were the
clearly something who
first
does a whole
Christians?
bunch of different
And-
stuff.
So who were the first Christians? I mean, I heard you talk about the Christos before.
Mm-hmm.
In your opinion, do you think they were the first Christians, or
I
were
would
they a
say
completely
that
different group?
I would say that is connected. It's all connected. We do have the oldest codex of the New Testament mentions Christians with an E. Justin Martyr, Marcion, they use this term as well. They're in the mid-2nd century. And then on top of that, we have even artifacts that go back into the 1st century BCE, which could tie in with this group pretty well, pretty easily. And we even have the Therapeutae, which are mentioned by Philo of Alexandria in the early 1st century, like before the supposed ministry of Jesus. And at that, with that particular cult, they're affiliated with Serapis, based off an inscription in the Greek island of Delos. And the later Christians say that they were the first Christian monks. So you see a lot of evidence of these syncretic religions or these mystery cults kind of being very closely connected with Christianity early on. And then it kind of takes on its own kind of new life whenever you have the Gospels being written and published. That's when it kind of becomes its own thing, and it has people who say, this is the flag that we're going to rally around, and it's this Jesus character.
Huh. It's just, yeah, the transition from obscure doomsday cult into state religion of Rome always just intrigued me, and the notion that the first writings were generations after the people that supposedly witnessed the events. And
well, I mean,
it's
I don't know how much of a
perplexing.
doomsday cult it is. I'm
gonna,
to some extent, yeah.
I'm gonna listen to your answer, but I'm a truck driver, so I'm gonna get back on the road.
Oh.
I'll drop down, but I'm listening.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I mean, there's some kind of doomsday kind of stuff that goes into it, definitely. But I mean, I wouldn't say that they're all a bunch of doomers. There's some in there that are just more just like, hey, like we're just here for the free bread and wine, guys. That's all we're here for. Let me check out the chat really fast. Oh my God, Jesus is my Lord and Savior, and Paul is my brother in Christ. Oh my gosh. Well, we got people all over the place in here. Like Miyagi Do and Eagle. I don't know what that is. What you think about Judaism? It's a religion. Why is there so many Satanists that go out and hurt young women because it's real? How? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Man, there's some crazy stuff. Elizabeth Heretic says anime stuff. Oh, it's anime stuff? Oh, okay. Yeah, well then, yeah, there you go. That's how I don't know about it. Oh, there was someone who came up here there for a second and then decided to drop back down. So.
Y se marchó, y a su barco le llamó Libertad.
What's your argument about Paul meeting James written by Josephus? Wow. There's a lot going on there with that comment. I'm not even really sure what's going on. On the YouTube side of things, it's insane. People say all kinds of stuff in there. There's an argument currently right now about, oh my God, it's all over the place. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if I can read half of the comments that are going on over there. Jesus. My God. Anyways. Un velero Yamato, yeah, whatever. Libertad. And it's from Jose Porrales. Hal says whatever. Here, I'm going to send you a request because I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I really don't. Demystify. I don't know what your argument is. You just kind of meeting James written by Josephus doesn't say anything about Paul. And as far as the James thing goes, that's definitely retconned into the story later on. It's not part of the initial versions of Paul's letters. Romans didn't invent Christian figures. I don't think they did. But why would... What are you talking about? That's really weird. All right, coming up here, we got this chatter or something. So you spelled Tacitus wrong, but you said Tacitus wrote that Pilate executed Jesus. Romans didn't invent Christian figures. Where are you getting the idea that I say Romans invented Christian figures?
Oh, sorry. Earlier, my phone died. I don't know if you remember me. Well, no, I just disappeared completely. I'm sorry about that.
No worries.
So what was your question?
Where are you getting the idea that I'm saying Romans invented Christian figures?
Well, no, that's just I'm just saying that's part of the evidence that Jesus did exist.
No, okay. So I'm gonna read your comment one more time. You said Tacitus, misspelled it, wrote that Pilate executed Jesus. So we can talk about that, but then your next sentence is Romans didn't invent Christian figures. Where are you getting the idea that I said that?
Never mind that part. Let's just talk about the first one.
Well, it sounds like you don't really know what my argument was, so I don't know how well we'd be able to communicate with each other if you don't really follow what I'm saying. Or you're making false assumptions of what I'm saying.
Wait, so what was your question again?
Where did you get the idea that I said Romans invented Christian figures?
Okay. I don't know if you mentioned it earlier or something, but just something came up about it.
No. No one so far, unless it's just someone in the chat, no one has mentioned the idea that the Romans invented Christian figures.
Okay, well, we could just go back to the fact that Jesus did exist and so did Paul.
Okay. You think that we have historical evidence for Paul?
Yes, I think we do.
Oh, we do. Well, everybody knows what time it is.
Let
Let's get ready to rumble! Give me the name of one person. One person.
No,
outside, one person outside of.
I'll give you.
One person outside of Christianity who mentions Paul. Go ahead.
One person outside of Christianity that mentions Paul.
Mm-hmm. One person in ancient history, could be a Roman, could be a Greek, could be a Jewish person, that mentions Paul outside of Christianity. I mean, since you think that we have historical evidence for this guy, it should be really easy. You know what? I'm going to say Polycarp.
Yeah.
Polycarp is a Christian in the middle of the 2nd century. He dies in the 160s.
You said out of Christianity?
That's what I said. You know what? I'll make it easier for you. We're going to expand this to Christians with one caveat. Name one Christian who says that they personally knew Paul.
There is none. You're just asking a trick question.
Then I will go ahead and expand it out. Name a Christian who says that they knew someone who knew Paul.
There isn't.
But yet there's historical evidence for this person?
Yes, there is historical evidence for Paul.
Okay. So what is this historical evidence?
So, the primary Roman historian Tacitus in the Annals
Does
book 15,
Tacitus
chapter
mention
44,
Paul?
No, just listen to me. You
No,
gotta,
no,
like,
no.
stop
Slow
interrupting.
down. Slow down. We are talking about Paul. Does Tacitus mention Paul?
No, I don't think so. But look,
All right.
just listen to me.
So
You just keep
where is
interrupting.
this historical evidence for Paul?
I'm about to tell you right now.
Well, then give it to me.
Okay. In ancient history, like I'm trying to say, we proved an author existed through his unique personal writings, right? We know, and we can prove he existed.
Okay. So where in
And
his
these
writings,
letters
where in
contain
these
highly
writings
specific-
does it say anything about being written in the 1st century like Acts tries to portray?
Wait, say it again?
So Acts tries to say, the book of Acts, which is not written by Paul, says that he's alive in the 1st century, right? Like he's running into these different people, like Festus or Gallio, people who we know actually existed in the 1st century, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so where in the letters of Paul does it mention anybody from the 1st century that we know actually existed?
I feel like you're just trying. You're trying to like change the subject here.
No, I'm trying to get you to explain to me that Paul was somebody who was writing in the 1st century. You appealed to the style of writings. You appealed to his writings. Please point us to where we can get that Paul is a historical person in the 1st century. This historical evidence you're talking about, by the way, from his writings. Where in the content of Paul's writings do we have historical evidence? I mean, I'm perfectly fine. You know what? I'm perfectly fine. I will grant you. I'm not necessarily going to completely agree with this, and we can get into that if you really want. But I will grant you the idea that Paul wrote those letters. I will grant that to you. Where in those letters does it ever say? Sure. Where does it ever say in those letters anything from the 1st century?
About the 1st century, huh?
That's when Acts says he's alive, and you think that's historical evidence. Okay. How do we know it's not just one person writing all this shit in the 2nd century and it's not really Paul? It's just someone using a pseudonym. How do we know that the Paul presented in the New Testament was actually someone who existed? You're mentioning historical evidence. Give us the historical evidence that the Pauline letters provide. Otherwise, we can say, yeah, they all came from the same guy, but it's just some guy writing later on. Hell, we have a whole bunch of books like Robert Galbraith's books about like crime novels and stuff, or these crime novels. But Robert Galbraith isn't a real person. That's just J.K. Rowling writing under a pseudonym. So how do we know that all these books didn't all come from one person writing under a pseudonym in the 2nd century? You said we have historical evidence for him. Where is it?
Here, I did mention the part where, yeah, okay. So hold up. Well, the book, in
Did
so
you
basically
want
what
me
you're
to
trying to
give
say
you
is
the
maybe
way
they,
out?
like, you're trying to say like a random person just could have made those letters, like a random person.
It's not really a random person. We know where they came from.
But like, I don't know. It's just your theory. It doesn't make any
I mean,
sense
you've
either.
it's not my theory. You've said that we have historical evidence, and I'm waiting on the evidence. Did you want the way out? I can give you the way out. Did you want the door? I can show you the door. You can take the door to freedom. Did you want me to explain what that door is? And he left. Everybody, whenever someone comes up here and says, you know what? We have historical evidence for Paul. No, we don't. No, we don't. We don't. Even if I grant you, which this isn't true by a long shot, but even if I grant you that every single book of the New Testament that mentions Paul or it says it's from Paul is actually from Paul, even if I grant you all that, there's still nothing to show that this guy is writing in the 1st century. It's so bad. It's so bad. It highlights. I understand that I'm not talking to scholars here. I mean, these are people on TikTok just like myself. I'm not a scholar. Like, maybe you guys would be like, oh, you're just punching down because, you're really knowledgeable or whatever, and these people are knowledgeable. I'm not a scholar. It would be one thing if I was like a scholar who came onto TikTok or something like that and, like, I don't know, went on a panel or some shit like that and just, like, talked shit about somebody who wasn't a scholar and maybe called him a grifter or something like that. That would be a piece of shit thing to do. But I'm not a scholar. I'm just like one of you guys. Literally just one of you guys. That's it. That is it. So, nah. But it does highlight this massive problem that a lot of people tend to think that there is evidence for Paul or for Jesus for that matter, and there just isn't. There's just not evidence for these people in the 1st century. Just none whatsoever. So, let me check the chat there. Oh my God. Okay. Hosea? No. No, that's not. Anyways, it's not how you spell Jose. But anyways, we've already determined that you're. No, I'm not a scholar. I'm not. I'm legitimately not. One of us. What constitute believable historical evidence? Asking for a friend. What? Well, good evidence for Paul or Jesus would be some kind of mention of them, either contemporary. That would be amazing. Or I would at least grant something mundane written about them in the 1st century. That would be good evidence. I'm a scholar of German. Nice. You're a scholar from Govan? No, I'm not. Keep tapping, people. Good morning, Americans from Demetrios. What if a scholar told you... How did you end up spelling you right next to each other, which is not good grammar, and one of them you didn't spell correctly? Anyways, what if a scholar told you wrong, though? Well, I have talked to multiple scholars, even here on TikTok, some in private conversations, and I mean, there are some that disagree, but we haven't had anybody say, "Oh, this right here, this is why you're wrong," and actually point out something that they know what they're talking about. The only thing that we've got that's even remotely close is a scholar who said, "Oh, hey, I don't think you can use stellometry that way," but admits that he hasn't actually read our book or anything like that. So, yeah. So I don't really give a shit about that. We're not the same. Never opened a Bible. Okay, fair enough. So I might not be the same as Hourglass. You wrote the book. I did write a book. Did Jaron call us dumb? What? No. What? No. So no. What? No. All right. So what do you believe? I believe Jesus and Paul didn't exist. When do you think? That's a good question. Come on up. We'll talk about it. It's a very good question there. What if God was one? I just saw one of us. Well, hey, how's it going, Griffin?
Pretty good. Just really questions. I asked, when do you think First Clement and Ignatius,
Mhm.
well, the letters attributed to Ignatius was written?
Mhm.
And just in the chat, I was talking to people in the chat. Mid 2nd century. Do you hold that view too?
So yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, it would be mid second
Yeah,
century.
I said that right.
Yeah. There's a scholar, M. David Litwa. He's a Christian scholar, but he recently came out with a video on YouTube that absolutely eviscerates the idea that First Clement is written in the 1st century. It's definitely something written in the mid to late 2nd century. He actually dates Ignatius documents later than what I would date them. I would say that they come out about 150s or so. 150s. He puts them in like the 170s. It's wild how late he dates them. But yeah, we definitely don't have any evidence for either of those things until about 180 with Irenaeus.
Do you, or why, so in some letters it shows the church is more like a room, and there's no hierarchy in the church. We see church development
What
in
letters?
the New Testament, like Paul's letters.
Oh, I thought
Paul's
you were still
letters.
talking about. Okay.
Sorry. So like Paul's letters, we see development of the church, and then we see at least in the undisputed letters, and then we see later in the disputed letters, there's some kind of hierarchy. So scholars would date those letters later because there's church development.
Yeah.
Right.
It's true.
When do you think that development just happened within like 10 to 20 years of Christianity starting?
So no, and Christianity, technically speaking, goes back way further than the Gospels or the Epistles actually start showing up in the 2nd century. It predates the mythology that they have. But the first time that Paul's
what
letters,
do you mean by that?
Christianity goes back, I would say, the 1st century BCE.
Where do you think it originated from?
Alexandria and Sinope.
I haven't heard of that before. Like it was like a following?
It was
Or
like a
did it follow-
mystery cult. It was like, yeah, probably around Serapis.
And then people just attributed it to this guy named Jesus later? 'cause of
No,
Marcion?
later on, there's offshoots of offshoots of offshoots. We have different splits and stuff like that. You just have one particular sect of Christianity, primarily up in, I would say, a more northern area that starts like around Asia Minor, that starts developing this mystery, like the mythology of Jesus.
Do you write about this in your book?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to finish reading it.
Yeah,
All
but
right,
yeah, we
thank
do
you.
have. So Marcion is from Sinope, which is the same city that Ptolemy I in 300 BCE brought the statue of Serapis down from Sinope down to Alexandria, in order to bridge the gap between Greek beliefs and Egyptian beliefs. So he brings it down from Sinope down to Alexandria, and so we have. Things down in Alexandria that seem very, very Christian, to the point to where even later Christian historians will say those are the first Christian monks, and they're down there like in the early first century, like even before Jesus' supposed like ministry.
That's interesting.
And
All
that's
right.
also, yeah, Heady Artist said there in the chat, there on TikTok, that's where Pliny the Younger was writing from. Pliny the Younger is one of the first people to even really talk about like the structure of the church or anything like that, or any real details about it. And he's the governor of Bithynia and Pontus, which is on the northern tip of Asia Minor. And the largest city there is Sinope, where Marcion's from. So it's literally just 3 decades after Pliny the Younger writes his letter to Trajan about the Christians up there, a person from the biggest city, the largest city in that province, writes or publishes the first gospel, just 3 decades later.
Thank you, dude.
Yeah, not a problem.
Have a good day.
Thanks for coming up. Bye. But yeah, it's definitely centered around that. Asia Minor, specifically more like Sinope. Thank you. Sinope and Alexandria, definitely those are going to be your hotbeds for Christianity there, definitely. All right, trying to bring up the next guest here. We got Quantiforia, I guess.
Yeah, that's it. Quantiforia.
Quantiforia, how's it going? What you got for us today, man? What you got?
It's going pretty good. I have a different way to approach arguing this that I don't know if anyone has approached with you before.
All right,
Actually, I've been watching you for a long time.
Oh, thanks.
But as far as what we are considering to be evidence, right? So it's correct that, historical proof, that you're demanding laboratory proof for ancient people, and you're not technically doing history anymore. You change the rules so that almost every ancient figure without bones, coins, or inscriptions disappears.
No.
Apply one standard evenly. So
I
under
do.
normal historical methods, Paul and Jesus clear the existence threshold, and divinity altogether is
All right,
completely
so
separate
no,
argument.
that's not what I did. There's plenty of people who exist in the past that we don't have bones, coins, or statues of. Hell, I mean, Josephus mentions all kinds of just like random one-off people there in his text that he knew or knew of, that kind of thing. And that's fine. I mean, it's just that the more details that we get about somebody, the more that we can scrutinize whether or not these stories are actually true and see where they came from and see if they are actually based in bullshit. I mean, hell, if Joseph Smith had came out with a book called the Book of Mormon, and all it said was the Native Americans had cities and fought with each other, and some of their descendants are alive today, we'd be like, yeah, okay, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, okay, cool. Sweet. But then he's got to throw in stuff like, oh, and also they're Jewish, and also Jesus showed up. And we're like, oh, okay. All right. Stop what you're doing. Now we can actually scrutinize this and actually try to figure out whether or not this person's an idiot.
So I was listening to your argument about the real first century figures and where the origins might have come from. And this is something that I've researched on my own too, as far as how etymological, anthropological, and historical entropy kind of borrows linguistics from previous dogmas and languages and cultures in order to be able to explain and use information to teach present day people. Of course, we've been doing
Holy
that our
word
entire existence.
salad, Batman. Just get to the evidence.
Well, I mean, those are big words that in order to
No,
be
well,
able
it's
to
just a
argue
lot of
against-
words that didn't really mean a lot, but just go ahead and skip ahead.
Well, I mean, what does entropy mean to you when in the context of linguistics?
That's not at all something that we need to be talking about here. It's just the
No,
evidence. Like, what evidence
for
do you have?
Dismantling, really proving what anything is in history. Jesus and Paul never existed, proving this wrong.
Yeah, the
right?
Jesus and Paul that are presented in the New Testament, even the natural versions, did not exist. What I mean by that is you take out the supernatural claims, and the natural people that you're left with are people who still don't exist. We went on technicality just because of the fact that some of the natural stories contradict each other. So therefore, the way that the New Testament presents Jesus is contradictory, therefore impossible, so therefore not a real story. Now, I go one step further and I say that this guy didn't exist, like, even if you dismiss that contradiction or look further than that, or look past it. But I
You
mean,
also just
okay.
dismissed big words that you didn't understand.
No, it's not that I don't
I'm
understand
arguing
them.
from a
It's that
standpoint of-
you're not providing any evidence. You're just kind of jacking off at the mouth.
No, I'm not jacking off of that mouth. That's
All right,
mean.
so
Come
go
on.
go
I'd
ahead and
like to
present
have
the
a-
evidence. Go ahead and present the evidence.
So, there's a lot of evidence. There's the fact that there is Paul's undisputed letters written in 50 CE. and
How did
earlier
you
than
get
the
that?
Gospels.
How did you get that he was writing in 50?
Paul's referred.
How
to
did you
Jesus
get that
as
he was writing in
crucified.
50?
That comes from Cambridge.org.
How did you get that he was writing in
academic.org.
50?
Scholars have
All right,
recorded this.
I don't give a shit because scholars didn't record him writing in 50. Scholars talk about him writing in 50. They claim that he was writing in 50. I care about the evidence. I'm asking you for evidence, not just, oh, hey, like, here's this authority that I'm just going to, like, no, I don't care about that. I care about whether or not they have good evidence to suggest that it was written in 50. So what is the evidence of this? Go ahead. You can now, I sent you an invite to unmute.
Oh, I did not know I was muted.
Yeah,
My
so
bad.
what you got?
Hold on. I
What
have
is
to
the
look through my
evidence that
research
they
notes.
suggest? Yeah, what's the evidence they
Well,
use
I'd
or
like
present?
To be able to give you I don't want to make stuff up.
No,
And,
it's
this
not.
is-
You haven't made something up. It's just you're appealing to what an authority has said or what a scholar has said. But what is the evidence they present for it? I know you're not making it up. That's what it says. Like if you go to these particular websites, it's going to say, "Oh, hey, he's writing 48." Cool. Where did they get that idea?
And I like this. To be honest with you, I've been slowly taking this red pill and dismantling 37 years of a very strong faith. It's hard to do. So I still
yeah.
want to argue for both sides and see both sides of the story. And
I get
you know,
it.
from the perspective of someone that has also been in religious psychosis. Now I have another reason to go away from it, but just simply believing and thinking that a voice is in my head telling me that all these things. It's scary to go back to it.
It is.
It's
It
also,
is. I
it's
get
also
it.
scary to let go of because the existential crisis that sets in for especially someone like me. And I wonder like if Jesus and Paul never really did exist. And of course we know, going one step further than most people would, one more God to become the atheist, right?
Well, I mean, more or less, but
A lot of Christians would say that Zeus never existed.
right. Yeah.
But maybe we're stacking all this historical and linguistic entropy from one moment to the next, where we have Zeus, then we have Osiris, and we have Jesus, and we have Hercules, and we have all these like the Book of the Dead mentioning all these miracles and all these things in the same way. But I wonder if that entropy exists for a reason. Is it simple religious scaffolding to keep complex societies intact so they can form?
Yeah, well, it sounds like a conversation that is probably best held off of this live. I understand that it's a sincere conversation, but it's not really the topic of this live. What I would maybe, let's see, I would maybe tackle
So I
this with
guess-
maybe Daniel, like Daniel Green.
Okay.
He's live at nighttime because he's from Australia.
You're specifically talking about what's in red, the red pill up there. And I'm taking the red pill. I think a lot of the stuff that you've said, and, like the Matrix, take the red pill, deprogram, dismantle the evidence, and find the truth.
I can't stand that movie. Anyways, all right. You know what? Listen, let's just lock in really fast. What do you think the evidence that the scholars point to for Paul writing in 48 to 50 actually is?
So according to a resource on YaleBibleStudy.org,
Okay.
they're saying that Galileo is externally dated by the Delphi Galileo inscription,
Mhm.
and that Yale's study guide summarizes the inscription, and it mentions Claudius, 26th imperial acclamation,
Yep.
datable to the first half of 52 CE,
Yes.
making Gallio's pre-consulship probably 51 to 52 CE.
Mhm.
And Yale then says Paul was likely in Corinth, late 50 to late 51
Okay.
or early 52.
All right. So here's the problem. So none of that is in the Pauline epistles. So what you just mentioned is called the Gallio inscription. It's proof that a guy named Gallio existed. Gallio is talked about in Acts, not at all in any of the Pauline epistles.
Right. Acts 18, right?
Yeah. So in other words, what they have to do is they have to say this guy who existed and the inscription that proves that he existed, that doesn't mention anything about Paul or Christians or anything like that, is proof that Acts is correct, I guess, when it says that Paul was there, or at least it's talking about a real person. So therefore, we can say that Paul did write these letters in here. That doesn't make any sense. That's like saying, hey, Uncle Ben.
No.
Uncle
break the
Ben
mold. I
wrote
want
a
the mold
letter.
broken. I don't know.
No, okay. It's like saying Uncle Ben wrote a letter to Peter Parker, and we know that he actually wrote it because Barack Obama existed, and Barack Obama is mentioned in one of the Amazing Spider-Man comics as meeting Peter Parker. So therefore, Peter Parker is telling the truth, or this comic is telling the truth. So therefore, Uncle Ben actually did write a letter to Peter Parker. And it's like, what? Like, there's a whole lot removed from this. That doesn't mean anything. Or I guess it'd be more like Peter Parker wrote a letter to Ben, and we know that he wrote that letter because Barack Obama existed.
Okay, so and another contradiction I just noticed from what you described to me that I'm waking up to right now. So
why do you keep talking as if we're in like the Matrix or something? Like, what the hell is going on here?
I'm a very existential person. I have brain damage too, so please
don't
judge me.
Okay.
I do suffer from mental illness.
That's fine. That's fine. But
I'm an artist. I'm a musician. I'm a world record guitar holder, like guitar soloist and exhibited artist. I do a lot with my imagination and creativity. So I see the world through a
fair enough. All right, keep going.
Lens.
What was your point that you were saying?
A literal lens like you do, but
that's not a problem. So what were you saying there? You were saying something about finding a contradiction.
So the contradiction in my understanding for the evidence that I found from that Yale resource was a circular argument, is what you're saying.
Well, yeah, to
justifying...
some extent, or something that's like unrelated. Again, Barack Obama being real does not mean that he actually met Peter Parker, as the story says. And even if he did, that doesn't mean that a letter that is supposed to be from Peter Parker was actually written by him.
So the Galileo argument becomes so okay. Hold on.
It becomes so disassociated that it's just kind of
so Paul
weird.
Met Galileo, therefore Paul was in Corinth. Therefore, Paul wrote letters. Therefore, Acts is historically reliable.
Well, it's more that Gallio is a real person, so therefore Acts must be historically reliable. So therefore, Paul wrote his letters.
Gotcha. Okay, so the date of Paul's letters does not rest only on Acts. What if Acts is one possible synchronism?
Yeah, sure.
I think the stronger case might come from letters themselves, plus early reception of manuscript history. If Galileo is the only supporting anchor, what if Acts preserves the real memory of that point? What if there's no surviving historical context to prove the latter? I mean, there's 275,000 years of known Homo sapien existence, but we don't have a lot of in-between evidence that anything occurred. Does that mean that we just say that early humans didn't exist? Or we go back to the Smithsonian spear in the museum and say, well, humans clearly existed 300,000 years ago because we found a spear. I don't know. That's thought salad. It's a hard one for me to wrap my own head around. I don't know what the answer is in any direction. It's like we're trying to prove or disprove something based on what context does survive. And what if the context simply for Jesus and Paul existing didn't survive? But
Well, then we
we've
can't
got an
talk
entire
about it
culture
then.
of people for thousands of years that all believe they're real. This is so crazy to me, and this is where it's hard for me to really go on one side or the other of the argument. I'm still very, very neutral, just to keep you where you're at. I'm arguing both sides. I'm kind of on your side, but also wondering, why should I choose that Jesus and Paul never existed because of the historical evidence you've presented, which could be scrutinized in many of the
You
same
just answered
ways.
the question.
I guess I did. So I'm wondering, the letters exist as ancient artifacts in the manuscript tradition. So we don't have autographs, but neither do we have for most ancient works, period. Historical entropy is a real thing too. It's not just religious entropy. In a historical context, religion, science, history, everything that we know about the past.
If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Why do we even have that lever? For those purposes, or that purpose right there. For those reasons right there. All right. But Twilight Zone. You have now stepped into the Twilight Zone. I don't want to be mean because, if he did have, some kind of accident or something like that that caused brain damage, I don't want to be mean to him. However, but I'm going to dunk on this guy. No. No. But at the same time, like, there comes a point when I just, no, like, I'm not, like, we're good. We're good. We just, no. We're over here talking about whether or not Jesus or Paul existed. We either have evidence or we don't. They either existed or they didn't. And we're going to try to figure that out. Coming at it from a philosophical way is not going to, that's not going to get us the answer. Philosophy does not solve historical problems or questions. It just doesn't. So, yeah, it's just not really, my cup of tea. It's not really that he was a Phil bro per se. It was just, I don't know. Or help your mental health either, yeah. All right. If you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I want to hear from you. Yeah, he was reading something as well. Like, there were times where he was very clearly reading like an AI explanation of how Paul existed or something, but he was reading it in a way that kind of sounded as if he was trying to present it as his own words. It's really strange. So, dare I go over and read some of the YouTube comments? It says, that caller needs to stick to playing music. Well, if he's a world record guitar soloist, then yeah, I'd keep doing that. A stained sheet is proof of Jesus. Maybe that's the Shroud of Turin. I have no idea. Address slavery in the Bible. No, I don't talk about that kind of stuff. Roman emperor wrote about Jesus. All right. Well, One Love J, I'd like to hear from you. Request up over on the TikTok side. That is the username Christ Before Jesus. You can request up over on TikTok, and I'll have a conversation with you. Not a problem. Let's see. Address slavery in the Bible. I don't generally talk about it. Going back over to TikTok here, it says, we have the meat. Harold, yeah, we've got the meat. How much meat? We've got it.
Arby's, we have the meat.
That's why they call him Black Salami.
Dr. Pepper, baby, is good and nice. Doo-doo-doo.
What is going on? Sermons?
Yeah, you can just call me Siri, but I appreciate that, mate.
All right. What you got, man?
Yeah, so I was just curious. I'm not a mythicist typically, and I'm not a Christian, but
Typically. Does that mean every once
yeah.
in a while you are?
You know, I go back and forth because I think like the vast majority of New Testament scholars kind of believe in the history of Jesus
Okay.
through Josephus and Pliny the Younger, and you know, people like Bart Ehrman has written whole books on this, right, called "Did Jesus Exist?" And those there's other pieces of evidence, but the two historical documents or historical figures that are used to point to the historicity of Jesus is typically the writings of Josephus and the letter from Pliny the Younger. And these are the two ancient historians that are typically used to also validate other prominent figures in history that we don't typically say are myths. So he's kind of using the same historical methodology to validate other figures as he does for Jesus. And I don't know if you've read that book by Bart Ehrman, but as you probably know who he is, he's probably the world's most foremost expert on New Testament scholarship at the moment. But I just wanted to know, like, kind of why you deny those, or maybe why you think those aren't valid for the historicity of Jesus. And I'm not saying the supernatural stuff of Jesus. I'm not saying the other, you know, Christian properties of Jesus. I'm just saying, yeah, there was probably a Jewish person, a wanderer, a preacher, something that maybe went by that name, and we do have that name written in those records. So I'm just kind of curious what you think about that.
And the name is what?
The name of who? Sorry.
And the name is the name. What's the name that's written in those records? What'd you say?
I'm not an ancient like Greek expert, but
Well, give us to
there
it in
are
English.
Christ.
Is Christ a name or a title?
It can be both, but like I said,
It can be.
I'm not a super expert at ancient Greek or ancient Aramaic, but
Do you think the Romans called him Christ?
I don't know. Honestly, I'm not familiar with enough of the Roman writings at that time to give you an answer.
What
on that.
does
But
Christ
even
mean?
In what language? In English?
In anything. What does the word
according
Christ
to,
mean?
According to Pliny the Younger's writings, when they translate the Christ, it basically means like the teacher, or, you know, the prominent, you know, knowledge giver or bringer. But even so, none of that really matters, right?
Where are you getting that?
The technicality of it, I don't think matters as much. It just matters that there was a person that we use to refer to that as a historical Jesus. I know that the name has probably been, you know, bastardized over many decades, but it's consensus that that's who those two writers were referring to: Pliny the Younger in the letters, and also the writings of Josephus.
Right. So, no, Pliny the Younger doesn't say anything about Jesus. It says Christ, but doesn't insinuate that this is a human being at all. I don't know where you're getting the idea that he says anything about teacher or anything, or that it implies that. Christ just means anointed. It was a word that had existed in Greek for quite some time, for hundreds of years. Goes all the way back to like Egyptian with like some of the mummies and whatnot, for how they were preserved and embalmed and whatnot. So no, the word Christ doesn't mean teacher. I'm not really sure where you got that. The closest thing that you could get to anything else other than anointed would be, that's the closest word for the Hebrew concept of a Messiah, or the Meshiach. But other than that, yeah. So the Romans definitely didn't call him Christ. That wouldn't really make a lot of sense. Is he still here? He seems to be off the app. If you're off the app, I can't hear you. Oh, there you go.
Oh, sorry about that, mate. I didn't realize. There is a passage in the letters that is
The letters from
translated
what?
to English. from Pliny the Younger.
Yeah, that's letter 96 of book 10 of his complete letters.
Yeah, and in the English translation of that, there is the name Christ.
That's not a name, that's a title.
Sure, but if you're denying that doesn't mean a synonym for Jesus as we know it today.
Why would it be? The word Christ is used for Cyrus the Great. It's used for Alexander the Great. It's used for Serapis. It's used for Isis.
Because in the context, he's talking about Christian worship, and he doesn't understand that, like,
and that
why
implies
are
that
these
they have
Christians
to have a
worshiping this
Jesus.
person?
It doesn't say it's a person.
It doesn't imply that, but what it does is, using the historical method, right? Because we don't have the exact kind of evidence to say, like, hey, this person said this at this time, or other means of evidence. We take those ancient writings, just like we would validate any historical figure's existence.
Yeah.
And we combine them with others to say,
so what's the other evidence that these Christians had any concept of a Jesus prior to Pliny the Younger? The issue here is the understanding that I don't know if you're aware as to when I would date the New Testament to.
I don't know what you would, but I'm not sure if that really matters.
It does. It does, and that's going to be the kicker.
Send me a paper on that.
Okay,
For your
Jason
evidence
Badun's.
for the. I mean, I would say Bart Ehrman is like a good enough source to say, like,
Bart
these are
Ehrman
the
doesn't
dates that
have
these things
evidence.
happened.
He doesn't have any evidence for first century New Testament. There's no evidence whatsoever that the New Testament was written in the first century. This is just nothing more than compromise with church tradition and circular reasoning. He uses the Bible to date the Bible. That's what he tries to do. There's no evidence whatsoever that the New Testament.
I don't know.
Yep.
Have
No.
you,
How
have
else
you read
do
the
you
book?
think?
Did Jesus exist?
Yes. How else?
And you just deny the whole thing.
Okay. So first of
'Cause
all,
if you do, like,
first
I'm
of all,
not saying-
first of all,
I'm
just
not saying
listen.
it's
Just listen. All right. I'm a data scientist, and as a data scientist, employing something called stellometry to the New Testament, we can tell that some of the books were actually written by mid to late second century figures in the first place. This is what more recent scholarship than Bart Ehrman, who started writing books in the late 80s, is even privy to. That being said, when it comes to the dating of the New Testament, as Bart Ehrman is wont to do, he just goes with the consensus that had been around before him, and this is based off of church tradition and circular reasoning. There's not one shred of evidence to suggest that Paul, for instance, was writing in the first century, unless you assume that Acts is correct, in which he must do that, which means he is using the Bible to date the Bible. Unfortunately for him, Acts, we can tell, is very clearly lifted from prior sources, most notably Josephus's Wars of the Jews, Antiquities of the Jews, and against Appian and his autobiography, which at the latest comes out in 99. So Acts is definitely a second century book that's not written by anybody who possibly even knows who Paul was, like personally. So no, it's pretty bad.
I'm not denying. I'm not denying that. Like I mean, your prompt is not about the dates of the Bible, right? Or the dates of the New Testament.
But it's based off of that, because if we date the New Testament to the first century for no good reason, not only are we giving the historicists or the people who think that Jesus actually existed, or even the religious people, an inch and they just end up taking a mile. On top of that, what we are doing is we are creating a false narrative or creating a false timeline where these early second century concepts or mentions, like from Pliny the Younger, suddenly the Christ that he mentions is synonymous, as you said, with Jesus. It makes a lot more sense. But considering the fact that that's not the correct timeline, all of a sudden this Christ, it's much more up in the air. And when you start actually taking a look at seeing, okay, how does Christ get used? When do the Christians talk about him? How early can we even date this particular cult, this particular religion? When we see this, we see that it connects to a Christ figure that isn't Jesus. There's a Christ deity that is worshipped prior to the Jesus mythology being invented in the second century. We don't have anything that explicitly talks about Jesus until the middle of the second century, with the first thing being 144.
Sure. I think if we just delete the Bible completely from the argument, you would still have to contend with some historical sources, especially Josephus,
Okay.
validating other historical figures that we don't say are, let's say, as
Okay.
contended.
And what
which
does
is okay.
Josephus say?
I can't read the thing for you, unfortunately, because it'll mute
Not a problem.
my.
So,
and I'm on my
Antiquities
phone,
of the
so-
Jews, Book 18, Chapter 3, Section 3, or if your book doesn't have chapters, it's Antiquities of the Jews, Book 18,
Yeah,
Section
yeah,
63.
yeah.
That's the Testimonium
Yeah.
Flavianum, and it's absolutely written
Mhm.
by a Christian. His name is Eusebius. We can actually tell using that
Yes.
form of data science that I mentioned earlier, stellometry. So that's a later Christian who interpolates it. It is not written by Josephus. We can tell this pretty easily. His name's Eusebius. He writes a little over 200 years after the death of Josephus.
And what you're saying is that those writings that are considered to be historical accounts, or at least as close as we have to a historical account, because it was written at that time, that it's invalidated, or are you saying that it degrades
Because
the
it's
accuracy of that
interpolated by
account?
a Christian writing in the early 4th century, it's not something Josephus wrote, so therefore it's not
Yeah, but-
historical evidence.
Sure. But we have a lot of historical sources that are, say religious or friendly towards whatever religious of the time, that we still use as historical documents to validate those facts.
I'm not
as much as
interested
we can
whatsoever in using something from 320s from an admitted liar named Eusebius as evidence for Jesus.
I mean, you have to throw a lot of ancient history out.
I do not.
From historical records.
I do
in order,
not.
because a lot of those same sources are used to validate things like, this event happened or that event happened. We only have
Give
some
me one
scraps
example of what
writings.
you're talking about.
Like Alexander the Great, maybe.
Alexander the Great, we have multiple contemporary evidences for him. And even the later information that is given for him, the citations are used.
But a contemporary source of Alexander the Great?
Yes,
or-
the Babylonian
Pardon?
Astronomical Diary is contemporary source for him. We also have administrative documents from the people who he conquered.
Why?
So, yes.
Why would that Babylonian document be more valid than the writings of Josephus? For the same reason, right? Those people were very
First of all,
religious, they believed
Josephus
in all kinds of
wasn't.
crazy stuff.
First of all, Josephus is not a contemporary. Secondly, the writings of Josephus don't talk about Jesus because it's an interpolation. I tried to fucking tell you that. It's not from Josephus. That makes it a problem. But for the Babylonian Astronomical Diary, that's not an interpolation. That's actually something that we can date to the time period of Alexander. Not only is it contemporary when Josephus isn't, it's actually written by the people as opposed to an interpolation into it.
Can I ask you a bit of a cheeky question?
Sure.
Like, so if what you're saying is all true and good, how come there isn't a good scholarly reference for this kind of
There
information
is.
that I can go
It's
and,
just
and
people
read?
generally fall back on someone who started writing before the Internet Explorer was a thing in Bart Ehrman.
Well, which one is it? What would you point to as the best kind of I don't know, history department that would have a good references? Because
If we're talking about later development for the New Testament, I would take a look at scholar Jason Badoon. I take a look at scholar Dr. Nina Livesey. I take a look at the works of M. David Litva. I would take a look at even Marcus Bilby or Richard Carrier. Bob Price would be another one.
No, I mean,
but,
have
yeah.
you? I think the other ones I'm not as familiar with, but I'm sure you've seen the incredibly well documented debates between Richard Price and Richard Carrier with Bart Ehrman, right?
Yep.
That have been
And the
on
main
YouTube for,
issue, the main
12
issue
years or something.
Yeah, the main issue between Carrier and Ehrman, the main reason why Carrier's argument falls flat whenever talking to Ehrman is because Carrier, at least initially, or at least historically, has only stated that these things, like the New Testament, has to come out in the 1st century. If you grant that the church is correct when it says these texts were written in the 1st century, then your argument isn't really going to work very much because you're already dealing with a false history. You're granting a false history, so you can't really successfully argue your point. In order for mythicism to be something that is much more firm, you've got to connect it to actual evidence. and the actual
Yeah.
evidence suggests that the New Testament is written in the 2nd century. There is zero evidence to suggest
Sure.
that it's written in the 1st.
Why do you think I mean, I don't, you may or may not know the answer to this, but I'm just curious. Like, why do you think, from your perspective, the evidence is super strong that Jesus was a myth, right? Or however you want to classify that. Why do you think that the vast majority of New Testament scholars don't accept that evidence? Like, what do you think that they're hanging their entire, like, scholarly,
So
historicity on?
the majority
that
of
invalidates
scholars, the majority of religious scholars are religious in some fashion, to some
No, I mean
extent.
secular history.
Oh, if you're just taking a look at purely secular,
Yeah, to
then
throw away all the Trinitarian universities, the Divinity Universe, throw that
Right,
all
right,
away.
okay.
Just pure historical. Like,
So
why do you think this?
just purely taking a look at secular, it's based off of a compromise with the more religious scholars. You can't go to a debate stage if you say, I'm not even going to grant you the idea that Jesus existed, or at the very least, like for Carrier and Ehrman, grant you that the texts are written in the 1st century. Like, you have to have something in common with them, otherwise they won't even bring you to the stage. That's the point.
Yeah. Okay. So those first, like, I think you mentioned like 3 or 4 scholars that had written something before. So have they done that, or like where is that in the? Because of course the history, industry, as it were, like, they want to know that, right? Like, they don't want to be believing things that are, unsubstantiated. So, like, how come those scholars haven't risen up to the point to, like, say to the rest of the historians, like, hey, we think and we have evidence that Jesus was a myth. Here it is. Like, why do you think that they're not accepting that, or why do you think it hasn't penetrated those
Again, the
worlds
majority
yet?
of scholarship is personally religious in some way, and even the secular scholars have to deal with that. You can't just say, "Oh, hey, I'm a scholar. I'm in academia. I'm a professor. And by the way, to all my students who are taking these classes, which the majority of you are religious, otherwise I don't know really why you would pay this much attention to religious scholarship or becoming a religious scholar yourself. But you can't just say, oh, hey, by the way, your favorite character in your favorite book is not real. And also, keep paying tuition fees, guys. Like that's going to be really tough. That's why if you can actually go and take a look at Richard Carrier's blog, he actually has more than 40 different scholars who are either mythicists or take mythicism seriously. And the vast majority of those names on that list are people who have either since retired or they're about to retire. They don't say that they are mythicists until the end. And the reason for that is because of the fact that it absolutely can torpedo your career if you say, hey, Jesus didn't exist, to a whole bunch of people who believe he existed who are paying tuition fees. That is what's keeping your department alive. So it just takes a while.
Conspiratorial.
I don't give a shit if it sounds conspiratorial. You can literally talk to these people themselves. There was a scholar who came up. His name was his username is Monotic He was up a few months ago, and he came up and said the definition of what I would define as a mythicist, the idea that even the natural version of Jesus as presented by the New Testament didn't exist. He would agree with that, and there's, as he said, a surprising amount of scholarship that would actually agree with it, but they're not going to use the word mythicist because of the connotation, because there are conspiracies within mythicism. People who believe that the Roman government came up with it, or people who believe that this is just like a retelling of Osiris or Horus or something like that. Like the Zeitgeist kind of shit.
The Zeitgeist movie.
Yeah, exactly.
For anyone.
It's just silly. So because of all the silliness in it, lots of times scholars are not going to touch it. But I can tell you right now that of the scholars that I mentioned, I have talked with multiple of those scholars that I actually mentioned, like personally, me and my co-author have talked about this with them. And there are multiple in there that have expressed to us, at least privately, that the Jesus story it's not a real story. Like, it's just not real. Like, Jesus isn't real. But nevertheless, they want to make sure that this is not a recorded video, or they want to make sure that I'm not out here saying, oh, this particular scholar told me this, because you can't be doing that if you're still in academia. Like you just
Sure.
can't. Not really. That's just kind of how it goes. And again, it's not conspiratorial if the majority of the scholars out there who you've got to deal with, who you've got to be on terms with, you've got to see them as your equal, and you want them to see you as their equal. If the majority of them are religious, and so they have a dog in the fight, and they want Jesus to exist, you've got to play ball. You just do. You just
Sure. Yeah. I mean, they're going to be the ones reviewing your peer-reviewed paper, right? To get
Exactly.
published.
Exactly.
Like, they're going to be the people that holding the keys to that. I get that. If you were to strip away the supernatural significance of the title Jesus and like all the historical inertia around that name, do you even think that there could have been, like, say, a wandering Jewish mystic that like was throwing some ideas out there that people took seriously? Do you think that is not the case either? Or are you specifically saying like the modern context of Jesus Christ that most Christians use, that person didn't exist?
The
know what I'm saying?
closest thing to a real Jesus that could have possibly played a part in the evolution of this character, the closest thing is Jesus ben Sirach. And Jesus ben Sirach is the author of one of the books that you can actually find in the Catholic Bible today. It is called The Wisdom of Sirach, or sometimes known as Ecclesiasticus. You can find it again in the Catholic Bible, and it's just a bunch of teachings. That's all that it is. It's written in the early 2nd century BCE in Hebrew and translated by the author's grandson into Greek in the late 2nd century BCE. I would say that the New Testament, we don't have any writings about Jesus, like I said earlier, until 144.
Yeah.
That's when the first
Sure.
gospel shows up. And in the
Yep.
130s, we have Rabbi Akiva saying, hey, he tried to ban the reading of the Wisdom of Sirach, saying that heretics were starting to use the text. So it's pretty clear that around that time, we start to see people developing this gospel that is connected with a Jesus figure and everything like that. Now, did Jesus ben Sirach, was he crucified by Pontius Pilate? No, he's not even remotely close, hundreds of years away. But the issue here is that the writings, we do see Jesus echoing these teachings in the text, and using that data science tool that I mentioned earlier, stilometry, we're actually able to see strings of words in a row and see if they have any connection with something else, and that would indicate like influence. And we actually see that there are 6 words in a row that are 6 words in a row in the Gospel of Luke that are pulled from the Wisdom of Sirach. And the Gospel of Luke utilizes a gospel called Evangelion, which was published in 144, and I would say that that's the first published gospel. So we do have a mountain of evidence to suggest that if there is any Jesus behind any of this, it's a Jesus in name only, or a Gino, as I like to call him. But it's this Jesus from well before that doesn't have anything to do with the natural story of Jesus presented in the New Testament.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely, I don't take anything of the New Testament as any kind of like historical fact or anything. And I do kind of, that's why I said in my very beginning when I jumped on the call that like, I kind of waver between the mythicism, because I do think that like there was maybe somebody at one time that somebody heard about something, and then they kept writing about that over and over and over and over and over again to kind of like put meaning onto this person to say that this was a historical person. But I don't, obviously believe in any of the supernatural claims or anything like that, because we do use the same methodologies for other things that happen in history that we take as fact. So I don't ignore the writings of those ancient scholars, because that's those some of the only sources we have for historical information. But it has always been very curious to me that there's like mythicism was like real popular in like the early 2010s, and then it like really died out. And I was always looking for like, hey, where did this information go? Like, why did these scholars not like become as prominent as maybe they should have been? That's kind of where I was coming from there.
There's been kind of ebbs and flows when it comes to different things. from society as well. For instance, mythicism was actually on the rise in the early 1900s. And a lot of it was actually spearheaded by a lot of research coming from China and from Russia. But whenever in the 1980s, it became like a Western Bloc, Eastern Bloc kind of thing, and America started putting like "In God We Trust" and the money, and "Under God" and the pledge, and really started pushing in Western civilization, like started pushing hard for like more religious, kind of more conservative values and whatnot. Because of that, we ended up losing a lot of contact with a lot of what we have over still today over in China and Russia, these scholars who are talking about mythicism in a positive light and really looking into that. There's another turn around 2000 that happens because in 99 you had a book from Earl Dodery that said, hey, Jesus didn't exist. And then you had a book the same year from Bart Ehrman that said, hey, I'm an atheist, but Jesus did exist. So right after 2001 with 9/11 and America starts going hard in the paint towards like faith again under George Bush and everything like that, guess whose book got, talked about on news stations and it went onto the Colbert Report and on cable news interviews and stuff like that? That's going to be Bart Ehrman, because at least he's bridging that gap.
Existed book.
Yeah,
I remember.
Because he's bridging that gap. And so, like, I know that it almost sounds, like you said earlier, like conspiratorial, but no, like, that's just kind of how society works. We tend to, as a society, we tend to pick which things are in fashion and which are not based off of, the season, it sounds like. And that's just kind of how it goes. There are certain reasons why mythicism has kind of fallen to the wayside within scholarship, while others have just said, hey, you know what, I'm going to at least bring to the table some kind of olive branch with the Christians or with the religious people so that we can discuss more. I mean, hell, I talk about mythicism here, and there's plenty of people who talk about mythicism on TikTok, but the majority of people who are going to be talking about Christianity on TikTok, even anti-Christian people, atheists, whatever, they're going to be talking about Jesus as if he existed. They're going to grant that Jesus existed, because that's how you bridge the gap to other conversations. That's how you have the conversation about morality. That's how you have a conversation about slavery in the Bible or theology or philosophy or whatever. You got to grant that Jesus existed, because as soon as you say he didn't, you better have receipts, because people are going to lock in on that and they're going to say, wait a minute, and they're going to try to steer the conversation to that.
Do you this is a little bit sideways here on the topic, but do you happen to know like what let's say a graduate level history department in say like a prominent Chinese university or a non-Western spiritual tradition university teaches about Jesus? Do they teach a historical figure, or do they teach it as a myth, or do you happen to have any insight into that?
Yeah, so I have a friend who went to university in Chengdu, and she had said that Jesus was presented as just almost like Zeus. Like it was just like a character that just, like, she knew of Jesus because of college, but not really anything before that, because it's it's China. But when she did find out about him, it was just kind of it was presented as like this silly myth that some people believe. It's just kind of how it goes. She didn't really take a lot of classes about like religion per se. But at least it was presented that way in like some of the history classes.
Got it. And last year, before I take off, the reference there in your prompt book, Christ Before Jesus. Can you just give me a tiny synopsis of like what that entails? I imagine it's not like a rebuttal of Bart Ehrman's book, but
nah, it's more of just an understanding of what the text, what the archaeology, what the manuscripts, or even what the data science analyzation of the manuscripts shows, and it's the redating of the New Testament. What we argue for is that the New Testament is written in the 2nd century as opposed to the 1st, and therefore there's certain fallout from that understanding. The idea that Jesus and Paul never existed comes from the fact that we see the the New Testament being written during the 2nd century, even though Christianity had been around before, we don't get the Jesus or Paul myth until the 2nd century. This is important because it really highlights not just how the religion grows over time, but it also highlights exactly why there's anachronisms in the text. These things that are in the Gospels and in the book of Acts and even in some of the Pauline epistles that really shouldn't be there based off of the time. Like Jesus discusses rabbis in Matthew 23 and even discusses how they dress. But first rabbi is in 70. His name's Yohanan ben Zakkai. He doesn't show up until 40 years after Jesus dies. So that doesn't make any sense. So there's a lot of these issues that pop up.
Well, thanks for your time. I really appreciate it. And I'll check some of those scholars out that you mentioned earlier. And yeah, have a good day enjoying the channel.
All right.
Cheers.
Thank you. That is Surimans, everybody. Surimans or Surimon. Yeah, it's something like that. I Surimans, I think. I don't know. S. That was S, everybody. All right. Let's see here. If anybody else has any evidence for Jesus Paul, come on up. We got someone coming up. This is. Sounds like somebody who knows the scripture, I assume. This is the Scripture Dude.
Yeah, what's going on? I have a question. So,
Wait,
I
hold
am
up.
Christian.
Let's
Yep.
slow down.
Yep.
Your color scheme, font, and your name itself. Is this a parody account of the Bible guy?
No, I don't. I'm not familiar with the Bible guy.
Are you sure? Instead of Dalton, I guess your name is Pierce.
No, my name is actually Christian.
It's a little on the nose. Anyways, what you got? What you got for me?
Are you familiar with the Chronicle of Zucknin?
No.
Right. So this is a ancient Syriac text. It was written in about 800, but the manuscripts from chapter 27 to 37 are dated around the 1st century. And this is the nativity
It was
story.
written in the 800s?
Yes, right. It was
But the
compiled, I
manuscripts
should say.
date to the first. Okay.
Yes, it was compiled, I should say. Compiled in the 800s. Anyway,
Okay.
these 1st century texts that are in Syriac, these are a Zoroastrian text. So if you look in these chapters, you find the nativity story, and they talk about Jesus, and they talk about these magi who went to Jesus and how their prophecy saw him and respected him.
That doesn't make any sense. So the Syriac language itself started emerging in the 1st century CE. So it doesn't make a lot of sense that like there'd be these texts that talk about this already that early.
Yeah,
It doesn't really make a
yeah,
lot of
that's
sense.
why-
So anyways, do you have anything for Jesus or Paul? Because that's very clearly not something that was written in the 1st century. I don't know where you're
Right,
getting
it-
that idea.
Actually, if you look up the Zucknin Chronicles, it definitely does talk about Jesus. It talks so in Matthew when it talks about the magi who go and see Jesus. These are Zoroastrians, and they have prophecy that directly links to Jesus, and they would know him by his star. That's how they found him.
Okay, so again, no, this isn't true at all. So the Chronicle of Zucknin is an 8th century Syriac historical work. Yeah, not from the 1st century. I don't know where you're getting that
Right?
idea.
Did you read the part
Yeah, I'm
about-
reading it right now. It covers history from the creation of the world to the mid 8th century. It wouldn't make a lot of sense if that was something that was written in the 1st century. Now, would it?
Yeah, I don't think you read about what it's about.
Yeah, cool. So when was it written?
The 8th century.
All right, so
If you
that
look-
would mean that it's post Christianity becoming the official religion of the Roman Empire. That's also post Islam, which is why it talks about the Muslim conquest. It's Let's see.
Yes,
It covers history from the creation of the world to the mid 8th century AD or CE, with an account of political, social, and religious life in the Near East, in addition to spiritual affairs like miracles, martyrdom, and celestial observations from the author's perspective and lived experience during and after the Muslim conquest. So the author themselves are from during and after the Muslim conquest, like that time. So what are you talking about, man?
Yes. Look whenever the chapters that are discussing the nativity scene, when
Mhm.
those are dated to, right? Because the writing is in 800, but look whenever this tradition is dated to. Just look that up real quick.
I don't know what to tell you, man. This is not a. This is not good. We don't have anything. Okay, let's see here. Are you talking about the section that is specifically over here? I'll bring this up here on this thing here. It's going to look kind of wonky though. Oh, whoops. Here, let me see here. There we go. It is Revelation of the Magi. And this is the section of the Zuckman Chronicle or whatever that talks about the Magi. The testimony of the Magi. Okay, cool. So when we go to authorship, date, and manuscript, let's see. The oldest manuscript we have is from about, say, not part of around the 8th century. So the oldest, it got moved in the 18th century. So we're still not seeing 1st century. Let's see. When the proposed original was written, is unclear. Grammar and word choice suggest an origin in the 5th century or earlier, such as the referring to the Holy Spirit with feminine constructions, a style that fell out of practice after 500. Suggests the 4th century as the most likely, while Brent suggested some point between the late 2nd and the early 3rd. The work is definitely written later than the 1st century. Even if the Magi are granted to be historical figures, the work includes clear knowledge of later works of the New Testament that would not be written until a time period when putative historical Magi would be long dead. So there you go, buddy. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, so again, that's extra biblical sources about Jesus. The 2nd century. And,
I mean,
hold on, you
cool.
made a claim.
In the sense that the Book of Mormon is also an extra biblical source for Jesus, but that doesn't mean shit.
Yeah, hold on. But you made a claim earlier that nothing within the Bible was written in the 1st century. Whether or not you want to call the guy Paul, whoever.
All right.
wrote
Well, where's your evidence that any of it was written in the 1st century, any of the New Testament?
Right, the letters to the Corinthians are the oldest.
Okay. Cool. So how did you date them to 50?
Yeah, hold on. I never gave a date, but it sounds like you already know.
How did you date them to the 1st century?
Two hours later.
Did he leave? He left. All right, well. Definitely lied when talking about knowing Dalton. He absolutely copied that guy. He used to want to be the Bible guy. And look, we all want to be the Bible guy. Here, pull in close. Camera one. Yeah, the only camera. Pull in close. We all want to be Dalton. We all want to know Greek, to know Hebrew, and have many leather-bound books, an apartment that smells like mahogany. What is going on, Zephyr Beetlebrox?
Yes, sir. 42. You know what it's all about.
Well, how can I give the answer if I don't know the question? Anyways, keep going.
Well, you got to go to the top of the mountain, man. You got to go there. Talk to the old hag. She'll give you all the answers. But anyway, me and AJ every day we're both commenting in there. We were both watching the panel where the scripture dude or whatever was on there with Dalton, and basically straight up said that yes, that's exactly where he got his name, and it just showed the most blatant ignorance of the Bible.
Well, I mean, go figure. The little bitch who decided to run whenever pressed about the evidence for an absurd claim is also someone who is disingenuous and gaslighting.
It's really, I mean, it's so blatant. It's so blatant, and I mean, how I don't know why he's trying to do this and make these circles and who he's trying to impress or what he thinks he's trying to accomplish, but he's just making himself look like a complete goof. So yeah, it's not good. It's not cute. So anyway, I just wanted to tell you that your suspicion that he was lying is confirmed. We have some more eyewitnesses for that than there are for Christ. So.
Oh, that is awesome. I like to hear that. That's funny. Yeah. That is funny. All right. Well, thank you for coming up.
You could drop me down.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Thanks. All right. We've got Smack That. What's going on?
Oh, hello, man. How you doing, man? Oh, hello.
What do you got there, Smack That?
Oh, what was that about, man? What kind of reaction was that?
I was reacting to the guy above you. What you got?
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Is this an atheist channel?
Nope.
Oh. Okay.
Anyways.
What's happening?
There's somebody above you. All right. It's not an atheist channel. What you got?
So this initial argument, so Jesus and Paul never existed. Is that? I'm just a little bit. I thought this was an atheist channel. So.
Does it say anything about God at all up there?
Do you mind just elaborating what the prompt of the discussion board is? Like what the intro is? What
you think Jesus or Paul existed? Give me proof.
Trying to do. Well, Jesus didn't they have more updated? Didn't they find his fossil somewhere? I think there's a link somewhere.
Mm-hmm. How's that working out for you?
Is the New Testament not proof of Jesus? There's not first-hand sources of Jesus Christ?
Oh. Well, what text from the New Testament would you be talking about that would have that?
The Gospels of Mark, Matthew.
Say the Gospels of what? What was that?
Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here.
The Gospels of Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John.
Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John. Okay. Where in Matthew does it say that that's from an eyewitness?
That's what the Gospels are. They're
Yeah,
eyewitness stories.
where does it
of the
say that?
Gospels.
Where does it say that?
All right,
What-
what are the Gospels? What are they then?
Mythological stories?
If they're not accounts of... Nah.
Yep.
Because there's evidence. You ever heard of the, You ever heard of the, what's that John called? The Shroud of Turin?
Are you talking about that like sheet from the 1300s that very clearly was a fake because it doesn't show you what a body would look like if it was wrapped around a shroud or wrapped inside a shroud? Is the guy still here? And TikTok has been buggy this morning. I don't know what's going on. It like basically will, it won't actually like start going until somebody leaves. It's really weird. It's just been buggy. I don't know what's going on. I need some Shroud debate. Yeah, I guess he left. I don't know what happened. The Shroud killed the stream. Say Marcho, I guess. I don't know.
Y se marchó.
Oh, that's not good at all. I don't know if I've got internet. Something's going on with a whole bunch of stuff. Let me see if I can adjust my speed real fast. I don't know. I've got internet. I don't know what's going on. I'm still here. I think everything's fine. All right. If anybody's got evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I want to hear from you. The request button should be right about here or down there. If you're on YouTube, hop on over to TikTok. Over on TikTok, the username is Christ Before Jesus, and we can have a conversation. Paul name was Shaul. Happened last night with Mezzo. Yeah, I think there's every once in a while, like it's probably once or maybe an average of 1.5 times per week. The TikTok Studio app will update, and sometimes whenever it updates, it's got some weird updates that don't really stick too well, or it's I don't know, something's wrong. So then you got to wait for the next update for it to actually make a lot of sense. And mine updated I think it was yesterday, is when it updated. So main argument against Pliny's letters, he doesn't say anything about like Jesus being a human or anything like that. Doesn't mention anything from Judaism or any connection to Judaism or Judea or the worship of a Jewish man. And also just never mentions anything from the New Testament. No Joseph, Mary, disciples, Gospels, epistles, Nazareth, virgin birth, Bethlehem, Jerusalem, nothing. It's really weird. Twitch would never. What is TikTok? Yeah. Man, I'm not gonna lie. If you are looking for a crazy time, go over to the YouTube side because their chats are insane. If you don't want to if you don't want to read crazy things, then stick on the TikTok side because the TikTok side is more my favorite, I guess. But all right. Jaren hating on YouTube. I'm not hating on YouTube. See, like there's some weird stuff over there. Oh, thank you. All right. Is your name the same on YouTube? Yes. Christ Before Jesus on both YouTube and TikTok. Yes. Hey, Bree is in the chat, everybody. Bree is in the chat. Yes. Yes. I was being playing both sides. Oh my God. Bree. And there's bread. When is the MySpace Live going up? Probably never. Probably. Most likely never. White Gold says, also, Jesus' name wasn't Emmanuel. No, it was not. Such strange comments. I don't even understand. Hopefully we got somebody coming up here. Is it my Bretta? Mm-hmm.
Oh, hello, can you hear me, sir?
What?
Said hello, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, what you got?
Oh, could I ask you a quick question?
Is it relevant to the topic?
Yeah, yes, I would think it is. So this isn't an atheist channel? I'm just confused.
Cool. So when you come up here with an impression of Adam Sandler, late 90s era, probably not going to stay on here very long. All right. What is going on? It was a terrible fake accent, yeah. Pepe Le Pew. I was thinking the same thing. Adam Sandler. Yeah, it's really weird. It definitely sounded like Adam Sandler. It's Troll Day Thursday. Is that what that is? Is that what that is? Also, to Ash in the chat, as well as everyone else who grew up listening to good music, enjoy this. Get G-noted, everybody. That was actually Adam Sandler. How dare you? Not the parade.
Hello there.
Anyways, if you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up.
Where are you?
All right. She's string. Oh my God, AZ Mike's in here.
When the fuck did we get ice cream?
Spike Salami featured in the Black Parade. That hello there is creepy. It's not really that creepy. Not that creepy. It's close. Oh. Mm-hmm. Or not. Mm-hmm. I don't know what that was, but thank you. Okay. The truth is out there. Varsågod. Ay, Dios mío. Yes, that was from Bree, and we're going to play a song for Bree here.
Yo, hello?
Let's see. The first person in here was Cade Cunningham.
Yo. Usually you call me DiVincenzo.
You've changed your username.
Oh, yeah, I did. It's no wonder you didn't call. Ah, maybe I should change it back. All right, anyways. So, first, could I just ask you a question?
Is it relevant?
Yes, relevant.
All right.
Okay, so do you think Clement of Rome, Ignatius of Antioch, Polycarp of Samaria, were those written by those people?
It depends on who you think Ignatius actually was. It depends on when you think Clement lived. And Polycarp, sure, why not?
So, like, would you agree with the tradition? Like, would you agree with the consensus among historians as to who those were written by?
There's not a consensus.
Or like the majority view.
For Polycarp? Yeah, I said Polycarp, sure. Why not?
But not the other two.
Well, considering Ignatius is most likely Peregrinus Proteus, and considering M. David Litva, a Christian scholar, said that writing comes out in like 170 or so, I don't know about that. As far as Clement, if you think that Clement lived in the 1st century, then he definitely didn't write First Clement. It doesn't even say that it's written by Clement. Doesn't mention Clement anywhere in the letter.
Okay, fine. But so we can at least agree that you disagree with those. Would you agree with? So people claim that Polycarp knew John. I think that comes from Irenaeus of Lyons. Would you agree that Irenaeus of Lyons wrote his the things attributed to him?
Irenaeus, sure. Why not?
Okay, so previously, I think you said that the disciples didn't exist one time when I talked to you.
Yeah, we don't have any evidence that they existed. Nope.
Okay, so if Irenaeus of Lyons is saying that Polycarp knew John, and you agree that Polycarp's letters were written by Polycarp,
sure. Does
surely
Polycarp say
evidence
that?
No, Polycarp.
Okay,
himself
well
does
then
not
I
say
don't give a shit why you asked me that question initially. Oh, did Polycarp actually write Polycarp? Well, it doesn't say anything about John, so I don't know why that's part of the argument. Also,
Well, I
just
just wanted to-
Irenaeus saying
I
some things.
just wanted to
Irenaeus
get down
also
that
said that
Polycarp was a real
Jesus lived to
person.
be 50 years old. Do you think that's accurate?
Well, but that's like that's a
Irenaeus
very
also
small
said
thing
that
to get wrong.
Marcion took from the Gospel of Luke, and we know that that's inaccurate. So I don't really care if Irenaeus actually wrote the shit that he said. I don't think that he is trustworthy whatsoever.
Okay, but like for example, saying that Jesus lived till around 50 instead of 33,
Yeah.
or whatever is traditionally ascribed to him,
Yeah.
is not a is like it's not like a mistake that you make and then you go, oh, this person's untrustworthy. Like, that's a mistake.
Nah, it wouldn't
most
line up
people
with the
could make.
Gospels, so that would literally devastate the entire historicity as presented by Matthew and Luke, the only two Gospels that you have with birth narratives. So yeah, it's actually pretty devastating. So do you have anything for Jesus or Paul, or do you want to come up here like usual and just get your ass kicked?
So my question basically revolves around, why is it that it seems like you disagree with every historian?
Because
everyone who
whenever
testifies-
a church father starts talking out their ass, and we can tell using data science and a myriad of other ways that they don't make any sense and they're either lying or deceived, I don't trust them. That's how that works. Whenever somebody says things that are lies, you're not supposed to believe it. I understand that you don't understand this concept, saying as you think that Jesus existed. But please continue.
Well, okay. So, in all fairness, you have a valid argument. But all I
know.
want to say, all I'm bringing this up to say, is that it seems like you disagree with a lot of historians about a lot.
Yeah, it's because of evidence. I don't give a shit if you have a DR before your name or a PhD afterwards. I don't care. I just care about the evidence that is presented and whether or not this is something that can be anchored to reality or a historical timeline as we know it.
Sure. So, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep.
It seems like a lot of
That's what
the
I've been doing.
arguments that you make. Okay. It seems like a lot of the arguments you make are based off of
Evidence?
What is it? What's the
Support?
thing that you call it? It's
Logic?
It's like the style of writing doesn't match up for certain things.
When did I say that for Irenaeus?
So you say like, oh, well, when he's writing here. No, I'm not talking about the other people that I brought up. I'm talking about like your arguments for Christian forgeries.
Oh,
that
so
people
like
are
pivoting to
attesting
something else. Okay, cool. Like, so in other words, everything that you brought up so far, we're just going to go ahead and toss that to the side. And now you're coming up with a new argument? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, I'm talking about a different argument. I want to address.
Let's try a different
address
way
how-
to storm the castle and see if maybe that would work. Try a different part of the moat.
Okay, so it
surely
seems
the
like a lot
alligators
of-
won't
a
be
lot
in
of-
this part of the river.
Well, so it seems like a lot of what you talk about, and your book in specifics, it talks about the fact or the idea that when you look at early people's writings and you look at the style of writing, it changes quite a lot in certain parts where
Our
you say
book
are
says
Christian
this.
forgeries.
Our book says this in like 2 of the 9 chapters, and one of those 2 chapters is just explaining what stilometry even is. So, have you read the book?
No, I haven't read it, but I've heard
So
you.
please
I've heard you
continue
mention
telling me
stilometry
what's
quite
in
a
my
lot.
book. Please.
No, I'm happy to you know,
Understand your argument
pull
before you
back
make
on
it.
what you say. But
Take a look
no, I
at
just
what
brought
you're
this up
talking
because
about
it
before you
seems
start
like a
talking
lot of
against it. You're happy to do what? Just come up here and just kind of
the reason why I'm
prattle
bringing
off
this
and
up
say some things
is
and maybe
not.
pivot whenever that doesn't work?
Well, no, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because it seems like you base a lot of the authority of your arguments based on
On
stilometry.
evidence. Yeah.
Is that
Okay.
wrong to say?
On stilometry, not a lot of it. The stilometry just helps back up what I say. That's what it is. For the most part,
You brought up
we
stilometry so much to me.
yeah. Because
You talk about it, like,
stilometry is how I
literally every
back
single
up
time,
what
and
I
you fall
say.
back on it like it's
And
an
whenever
ultimate
I
authority.
say something to you, and you just go, "Oh, hey, I don't know if I can believe that." Now, you could either go and you could fact check me, but very clearly you haven't even read my book, so you're not really interested in fact checking or anything like that. You're just interested in
I don't
trying
wanna
to find
buy
a
your
new
book,
way
man.
to take a look at. You're trying to find a new way to attack what I've been saying to you the past 5 or 6 times that we've talked. So now that you're up here again, you're pivoting in this conversation. And now you've gotten to the point to where, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to tell the data scientist that his data science is something that he relies on. So therefore, nah.
I didn't even say that. I
Oh, well,
just
that's
started
where you
talking
were
about it, and
going.
then
We all know that's where you're going. I know it. You know it. All 304 people on TikTok know it. All 50 people on YouTube know it. Cool.
Okay, I mean, you could let me finish my point, or you could just go on about it.
Well,
Do you want me to
what
be
we
done?
can do is you can either give evidence for Jesus, or we're going to go ahead and move on to the person who has been patiently waiting above you, waiting for the last bit of drivel to just fall out of your
I
bubbling
want to
lips.
criticize. Would you be interested in? Like, I want you to justify why stilometry is a proper critique.
Of what?
Like why we can know it's reliable. Because if you write a letter, and you say, oh well, this part of the letter looks.
Go look it up then. I'm not here to stand up here and try to tell you why data science is reliable. Go look it up, dude. Like, you can just go read about it. You haven't read my book. You haven't read anything about it. I'm not going to sit up here and try to tell you that this is stuff. Mathematics is reliable. I'm not going to sit up here and argue why it is. Go fucking read on your own, dude. That's your own homework. Before I talk to you again there, Cade, come back up. Come back up and show me that you've actually read a little bit about like what your argument's over. I'm not sitting up here and justifying data science or math to you. That's not how that works. All right, Yan, what's going on? Or Jan? Is it Jan or Yan?
It's Jan. It's Jan.
Yeah, oh, Jan. Okay, Jan.
Yeah.
Okay.
You will forgive my accent, bro. I'm not English. It's not my first language.
It's okay.
I wanted to ask.
It wasn't
like,
mine either.
Okay.
When I was a baby,
cool,
I
cool.
didn't really have any language. I kind of said a whole bunch of weird stuff.
Okay, so I had one question, bro. Like, what's your source by saying that Jesus and Paul never existed? You need to give us some proof. So I heard you talking about your book.
Mhm.
I did not read your book. I didn't know about it. So
Not a problem.
what's the proof here? Because
Yeah, the Bible.
So what in the Bible led you to believe that Jesus and Paul never existed?
Well, there's a long list of things, but we can start with something that just relies on the Bible itself, and that is contradictions.
Go on.
Yeah, so when the Bible talks about the natural stories of Jesus, now I'm not even talking about like the supernatural or the miracles or something. Well, when it talks about the natural stories of Jesus, they contradict. So this means that the way that the New Testament is presenting this character in a natural sense, it's impossible. Like, Jesus can't be born 10 years before he's born. That doesn't make any sense.
In what way? Like he was born in the year 0, yeah?
No.
Okay. So we don't
First of
agree
all,
on
there
that.
isn't a year zero. Secondly, no. It says in Matthew that he's born during the reign of King Herod, and King Herod dies in 4 BCE, so he has to be born sometime before 4 BCE. That's why most scholars say that he's born between 6 and 4 BCE. Then in Luke, it says that he was born during the census of Quirinius, the governor of Syria, who starts his reign in 6 CE, so 10 years later. So Jesus can't be born a minimum of 10 years before he's born. So no, that's so even the natural Jesus that's presented by the New Testament doesn't work. So it's impossible.
But so you know about the verisimilitude of a story, like
The what?
do you understand the verisimilitude of the story? So for a story to be accurate, you have many historians telling their part of the story. I give an example. If I'm here on TikTok live, so I can say I was here, but you are here to also say that I was here, and people in the comment can say that I was here. So you have many people talking about Jesus, that they saw Jesus. Even Rome, you have books in Rome in that time that they talk about this Jewish man.
What does that
blah,
have
blah,
to do
blah.
with you being here? What the hell is that all about?
No. I'm trying to tell you like the verisimilitude of the story. So why I think they existed, it's because many historians try follow me. My English is not very clear. So many historians, not one, but many, told a story about Jesus.
Oh, okay. So who?
But it's not the same story, but it's the same concept.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, the same story, but or not the same story, but the same concept doesn't really fly whenever you try to say that someone is born 10 years before they're born.
It flies, and let me
No.
tell you why. No,
That would be a contradiction.
Okay, let me tell
Like
you
you're
why.
trying
and
to
then-
present it. You're trying to present it as if it's just a different perspective. But
Yeah,
no, that's not a difference in perspective. That's a contradiction. You can't be born 10 years before you're born. That's not just like, oh, well, my bad. I thought Quirinius was the governor of Syria and he was here for the purpose of a census. And the other person's like, oh, my bad. I thought it was during Herod the Great, and Herod the Great has a speaking line in the story. Those are two things that don't exist at the same time. It's not just a matter of like a historian's perspective. That doesn't make any sense. They can't both be true at the same time.
They can.
No,
And
you
that's-
can't be. Okay, I know that this is using American politics, but you can't be born during the presidency of Clinton, like Bill Clinton, and also during the presidency of Barack Obama. There's an entire president in between that. There's 8 years between them. That's not possible.
And this is written in the Bible for real.
Yes, it says in Matthew that Jesus is born during the reign of King Herod, and then King Herod has a speaking part, which means that this author definitely thought Herod was the person. It's not just a matter of, oh, this is my perspective, this is just when I think he was born. No, he straight up has Herod talking and doing things. He unalives a bunch of kids in Bethlehem because Herod has a part in the story. And then in Luke, that author says that Jesus is down there because Joseph and Mary are going to Bethlehem for the purpose of a census. And this is a very clear contradiction because it's not just a matter of, oh, I think maybe Quirinius was, governor or whatever. No, he is explicitly named because of the census. The census took place when Quirinius became the governor of Syria. There wouldn't be any reason to mention the governor of Syria because, and this is true, Judea isn't part of Syria. They were only added to Syria for the purpose of said census in 6. So it is absolutely, it's not just a matter of, oh, I think maybe this guy was reigning. Oh, I think maybe this guy was reigning. No, they explicitly use the reign of these people as part of the story. So no, it's a contradiction because those two people didn't reign at the same time.
Okay, you've got a point. I cannot argue with you here because, you did your research and I did not, so I have to do my research and and prove you wrong or right. So
Fair enough.
yeah, bro.
Fair enough. Thank you very much for coming up. All right. Whoops. We've got the next person up is Joseph. I think Joseph.
What's up, man?
What you got?
Hey, I just had a couple questions. How do we know when Herod died?
Josephus. Josephus tells us that Herod dies and is replaced by Herod Archelaus, which is what Matthew 2 says, is that Herod dies and is replaced by Herod Archelaus, his son, an ethnarch. And then Josephus then tells us that Archelaus is banished from the region, and he is then kind of sort of replaced by Quirinius, the governor of Syria. And like I said, in 6 CE, this is when this happens. And Judea, which used to be under the reign of Herod Archelaus, is now added to Syria for the purpose of a Roman census.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just wondering because, like, Christians point to Josephus as like, you know, because the Flavianum or whatever, the testimony.
Yeah.
But then we're also relying on him for like other stuff, so it makes it kind of hard to like depend on that. Is there any other sources that say like mention Herod or like his like when he lived?
I mean, we have coins for Herod. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Like and those. Okay, those are probably like whenever he was ruling. But like no one else like talks about him, like writes about him.
Let's see. Herod the Great, you mean?
Yeah, the one that would be living during Jesus.
I wonder if Philo does. Let's see. Let me see here. So Philo of Alexandria mentions some of his children, Herod's children. Let's see.
Did Josephus know Herod? Like,
no,
they
Herod
live at the same
dies
time, right?
before
Okay,
Josephus
right.
is born. Yeah.
Gotcha. But Josephus knew Pilate, right?
No, he's alive at the same time, but he didn't know him. Pilate dies 2 years after Josephus is born. Like they only barely overlap.
Okay. I think I'm getting confused with because I try to follow that T.C. Schmidt's.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Josephus.
All right, so yes, authentic coins minted by Herod the Great from 440 to 4 BCE are well documented and available to collectors.
Wait, what? Sorry, I didn't hear the first part.
Authentic coins minted by Herod the Great. Yeah. Yeah. So we've got coins for him and stuff like that.
Okay, so you're like, why do you say good luck with that about the T.C. Schmidt stuff?
Oh, because it's like really rudimentary, like stylometry, that kind of thing. Like basically like, oh, hey, does this ever appear over here? Okay, cool. Does he ever like compare it to Eusebius? No, because that would be really damning. It's just really, it's one of those like intellectually dishonest ways to do something. Like you're like, I'm not going to run like a distance formula or anything because that would very clearly show that it's a different author. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to like pinpoint some thematic words and say, "Ooh, I wonder if this person used thematic words somewhere else." And it's like, "Ooh, look at that." It's kind of like it would be like saying, "Hey, I'm not going to claim that this AI I'm not going to run like distance formulas from a stylometric perspective on the AI version of a story or an AI created. Hopefully I'm still here. There you go.
You chopped up. I didn't hear anything you said.
Okay, well, hopefully we're good. I think we're good now, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. That'd be like saying, hey, I'm not going to run a distance formula on like from a stylometrics perspective on like an AI generated version of a story in the style of Edgar Allan Poe, I'm just going to go through and I'm going to look at the thematic words and say, oh, it talks about a raven, so it must be from Edgar Allan Poe. Oh, it talks about darkness, so it must be from Edgar Allan Poe. I'm not actually going to dig in and actually try to figure out whether or not it's like Edgar or not. You know, I'm not going to compare the two. I'm just going to like legitimately, I'm just going to point at some words and say, oh, hey, they're
He
similar. So
doesn't
therefore,
run a distance formula at all.
and not that I'm aware of. He takes a look at the thematic words and tries to figure out whether or not some of the words that Josephus uses are also words that get used in the Testimonium Flavianum.
Gotcha. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much all I had for today. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for coming on, man. All right, there was one other guest. I don't know what happened. They came up, but I guess they say marchó. Yeah, I have no idea where the other person went. They were hanging out. I don't know. No idea. So yeah, the thematic word of the day is entropy. guys, I sincerely think that guy had. There was, I think there was like he said he had it wasn't a mental disorder. He said something like a brain injury. I think that's what he said. I don't know. You gotta be careful there. But anyways, if anybody's got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Pixie's Place is saying, I still need one more square for Wingo. Oh, nice. That's bingo for CBJ, everybody. I don't know what square it is, but we'll keep it going. No telling what it is. I have no telling. Now don't tell me what it is, but oh my God. Thank you. Let's see your mom's box. You didn't spell the word here right. Oh, there you go. You fixed it. All right. Made a site for. Wait, you made a site for the bingo? Did you really? Oh my God. Please describe stilometry. Stilometry is a peer-reviewed and accepted form of literary analysis which uses distance formulas to attribute authorship by taking a look at the most frequently used words, strings of words or characters in a row, and trying to figure out the style or the fingerprint or what we would call the author print of that particular author would be, and then comparing it to other texts to see if that author is actually the same one. Because it's scientifically proven that we use function words. These would be your most frequently used words like I, you, and, the, but, that kind of thing. It is scientifically proven that we use these in unique ways. So there you go. All right. What is happening? Okay, so there is apparently a website where people can play. Oh my God. So this is actually pretty fun. This looks like, I mean, surely not all of this would be me, because I don't ever talk about evolution. Don't call me Shirley. Yes.
Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it.
Anyways. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Bird is the word. There's Storm. Yay. I can always add more to it. I think it was it Zeno who was, it was either Zeno or King 3D who was trying to take a look at making a CBJ bingo, I'm pretty sure. All right. If you have any arguments for Jesus or Paul, come on up. We got somebody who's wanting to come up here. I like the creativity of the name for the most part. Then it ends with a 69, which is just kind of, funny. But what is going on? Theo Logan, 69.
Oh yeah, can you be sure?
I don't get it. Is the Adam Sandler voice supposed to be funny? Like, I don't get it. Does he know who Adam Sandler is? I don't know. It's really strange. Anyways. There you are. Got another guest coming up here. James Collins. How's it going? James, you there? James? Yeah, he immediately teacup. James, are you there? All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and move on there. Because I can't hear you if you're off the app. All right. And he left.
Fatality.
All right. If you're watching over on YouTube, if you want to come up, just check out TikTok. Download the TikTok app. The username is Christ Before Jesus. You are more than welcome to come over here and have a conversation here with me. Request up. If you're watching on TikTok, the request button should be right about there or down there. I want to hear from you. If you think that Jesus or Paul existed 2,000 years ago, come on up. Let's get into it. Get into it. Get into it. Let's do it. Let's get into it.
I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it.
I don't understand why that's funny, but I'll play it because Storm likes it. Anyways. Okay. Going to check out the craziness on YouTube. Yeah, good luck with that. It is a cesspool over there. I don't understand it. All right. Isaac says, LOL. Always need gas in it. Can't we really prove that there was a 2,000 years ago? Corey. That's what you're getting. All right. If you've got evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I want to hear from you. Come on up. Come on up. What is going on? Yeah, I understand. Yeah. I understand. You're doing good work over there. Thank you on YouTube there for cleaning it up there. But damn, it is rough. It is rough. As turns friends when he eats street tacos. Oh my God! And Hanji said that. Hanji talks about that.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Anyways. Hanji coming in hot. Yeah. All right. No. All right. Or something. Wow, that's
How about no?
Okay. Anybody got any evidence for Jesus or Paul? The James Ossuary they say is real now. Bone box in Aramaic says James, brother of Jesus, first century. Actually, no. So the James part, sure. The part that says like brother of Jesus is not deemed to be authentic. In fact, the person who came out with it was literally convicted of forgery or fraud. So yeah, not great. I got evidence that I have a theme song. You do have a theme song. Kind of.
Hanji Targaryen.
What is... well, it's, hopefully it connects there. I don't know if it will or not. I assume so. What's going on? DJ X Physique CBO. CBO chopping butt off. I guess. Chief Booty Officer? Is that what that stands for? And he left the app. I can't imagine why. And he's gone. That's funny. That's good. That's good stuff. I don't know what CBO stands for. Hello, Thrail.
Fuck off.
All right, what's going on? Needles, threads. Nope. All right. What's going on, Frank69? Frank, you there? Oh, I know what you are. Oh, okay. There you go. Couldn't hear Frank, but I'm sure that he was one of those Adam Sandler dudes. All right. What is going on? Just talking to the walls today, huh? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Every once in a while, there were some good conversations that we had earlier, and then all of a sudden it's just like nothing but Adam Sandler and dog shit, which is actually, it was the working title for Jack and Jill before they ended up having to change it for something related to some nursery rhyme. The lettering is very Stranger Things. Really? Well, you can blame Gray Eyes for that, I think. He's the one who sent it to me. I don't know if he made it, but he at least sent it to me. Storm says, Hanji, you can't have them all as your husband, damn it. That's funny. Philo doesn't mention Jesus. He would not have missed this magic man if Jesus was real. Philo talks a lot about the Logos, the Word of God, but in fact, that's where like a lot of John's material comes from is Philo, but apparently the Word of God was here and Philo never fucking says anything about him. That's really weird. Wait, Thrail is in here? Thrail is in here?
Fuck off.
Good old Thrail.
That's why you ran away. You shit in your sombrero. You shit in it. Take it off your head. Shitty head. Poop head.
I was thinking earlier today that the American evenings, or the American, not evenings, but American nights on, as far as the deconstruction community goes, belongs to the Four Horsemen. There are the Four Horsemen of American nights. All right? So if it's nighttime, if it's 2 a.m. in America, you can listen to one of the Four Horsemen. Number one, this is the one you listen to if you want to be educated, and that is Thinker. All right? Then there's the one you listen to if you want to be entertained, and that is Boma. Then there's the one you listen to if you want to go to therapy, and that is Daniel. And then finally, there's the one you listen to if you just want to zone out, maybe even smoke a little something, and then possibly fall asleep to the sounds of deconstruction. And that is Thrail. Absolutely. Thinker, Daniel, Boma, Thrail. Send these demons back to hell. Anyways. Is Mezzo in the middle of the night, though? I didn't know he was in the middle of the night. That's like evenings type stuff. The evenings, there's a lot more going on. But the middle of the night, like 2 a.m.? Yeah, Thinker, Born Again Atheist, Daniel, and Thrail. That's the middle of the night. His voice makes me have sweet dreams if I fall asleep in there. Nice. You gotta get the voice a little lower. It's there's a certain way that you do the Thrail voice. Oh, Thrail's in here. There we go. Let's see, Cat Out of Hell, which lines up actually quite nicely. I like the name, and also it lines up quite nicely with talking about Thrail. Says, Jaren, how long are you going to be on for today? A little longer. We may do a restart here on TikTok. Maybe. Thinker is great. Definitely. Born Again has some wild guests at late night. Mezzo and Joel were on until midnight PDT last night. Really? I'm going to need you to stay on for another hour until my work shift ends. Please and thank you. I'll give it my best. I wouldn't mind you guys on a live together. Who? Who's the Lady Hug you talking about? Yeah, they don't know the hat rule. The hat rule. It's a hat trick. A Thrail? Like me and Thrail on the same live? I don't think I could make it. Because I listened to Thrail for like 5 minutes and I'm zonked. Like that's just like that's nothing against him. I'm not saying he's boring. I'm just saying that's what his voice does. His voice is audible Benadryl. Like it's I don't know. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, CBJ will fall asleep at a box. Yeah, I can't do it. I can't do it. Can't do it. Rude. True, but rude. Frek. Son, men frek. I love listening to Thrail. Thrail's, yeah, very enjoyable to listen to. But God damn it. I just can't do it too long. Where are the ops, though, for real? Well, go get him. Is he related to Thrawn? Not quite. Not quite. So soothing. Yeah. 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 Ops are on YouTube crying as I mute them. That is true. Aaron's doing some... He's doing some work over there. He is doing some work. Yeah, I wouldn't cross Thinker. Yeah. You better know your shit if you're going to talk to Thinker. Oh, man. J. Aaron, is your book available on Amazon? Yes. The book is available on Amazon. Christ Before Jesus is available. The ebook is just $3. The link is in the YouTube channel biography, as well as here on TikTok in my bio here. There's a link The $3 ebook. Hey, there's Christina the Godless, by the way. You could plug your... Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah. I as soon as I saw you, I was like, I'm going to mention it. Yes. Girls Gone Godless. Go check them out. Go check them out where podcasts can be heard. And I'm not just saying that because I was on there with my co-author, Matthew. But that's a good reason to go. It is. I mean, it is. Because I'm not going to lie. While I was on that episode, I felt like out of the people that were on that episode, I was in the top 5 for most attractive people on that episode. That's all I'm saying. I was in the top 5. Okay. What is going on? Dog Dad, 1961. Was that just a dog? Like, legitimately, was that just a dog? 1961. That was a good year for dogs. I've got bad news for anyone who is picturing a dog from 1961. Oh, I think it's DOG Dad, 1961. Oh, okay. All right. Over on YouTube, someone said, if y'all gonna preach, why don't you request up? I want to be entertained. Are you not? Oh, surely that's got to be a sound. There we go.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
It's true, though. It do be facts, though. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. All right. Bring forth the tributes. Release the peasants. I mean, the pheasants. I know this is supposed to be a reference. I just don't know for what. Bree, you haven't seen Gladiator? I'm not even going to hate because I didn't see it until a couple years ago. It's just, I just never took the time to watch it. Let's see. Need to find really smart people, but most just debate all day. They are always busy. Yeah. Gladiator is the best movie. Yeah, well, it's up there. It's a pretty good movie. All right. So the sequel is very, it wasn't terrible, but it's alright. Better than the Matrix. Yeah, definitely better than the Matrix. Bree's the type of mouse to watch the sequel prior. First Star Wars movie, The Last Jedi. She's like, these are pretty good. It's like, well, I got some good news for you there, mouse. I think Bree only saw the squeakquel. That was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I like it. That was good stuff. You know what? In true Bree fashion, there we go. Now, it wasn't my joke. It was from Michaela. It wasn't my joke. On YouTube, some people you can't name say Jesus is real sounds believable. Wait, okay, they must be talking to somebody else. I can't remember. YouTube, I'm leaving that stuff alone over there. It's it is wild. Oh, if it was Michaela, then 10 out of 10, she gets a pretty point. Oh snap. Bree just gave you pretty points. Aww. Do I have a sound of somebody being pretty? God
be praised.
There we go. Do I have a sound for someone being ugly? Yeah.
Can I pet that dog?
No.
Can I pet that dog?
No,
Can I pet that dog?
Oh my God. She just really wants to pet that dog.
Oh, shit.
All right, that was savage. All right. If anybody's got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Should I do a restart on TikTok? I can do a restart on TikTok. That's fine. Over on YouTube, someone said 7 contemporaries mentioned Richard Carrier being a predator. Oh, that's funny. To believe John the Baptist existed? Yes, I do. Why are you obsessed with this topic? I don't know. Why does some people write nothing but like Christmas music and stuff like that? It's just something they like. It's funny because it's true from Tamad there. I'd like to think they eventually got to pet that dog. So the first time I saw that video, or a video with that sound in it, it was a video of a girl that was like getting kind of close, like on her back porch to a black bear that was like around the corner, like so it's this smaller bear or something, and she walks up to it or whatever and points at it, and I thought that was the original audio to that, but it wasn't. It wasn't. It's actually some kid in a kitchen talking about a dog or something. And so, yeah. No, the original video isn't. The original video isn't. Yeah, you saw the same one I'm talking about. The original video isn't the girl pointing at the bear. I thought that was a real one, dang. No, it's just like it's a little boy. It's not a little girl, it's a little boy. Yeah. Everyone, my wife was like, that wasn't the original? I was like, nope, it wasn't. It just wasn't. And if you look closely, like she's not really in a place where that sound would make any sense. Like with the reverb and stuff, she's on the outside, but you can hear like the echo, kind of the reverb of like a kitchen, or a smaller room. On top of that, like her mouth doesn't move with those words. Saw the little boy first. Yeah, the little boy does it first, and then it gets used on the other one. All right. I have proof Jesus existed. Look at the trees, man. All right, cat out of hell. Listen. No.
My detector test determined that was a lie.
Damn, they fooled me too. I don't think it was really fooling. I think it was just using that sound, and everybody just assumed that was it. Harry Potter was a book. Yeah. Bree says restart. Well, when Bree squeaks, everyone listens. All right, I'll see you guys in a second. All right. I want to address YouTube right now. What the hell is going on over there? What are you guys doing over there? I've just decided to go ahead and just absolutely not follow along with that chat. You guys are crazy. What is happening over there? All right. We're going back onto TikTok here. I'm going to bring in the more sane people. Ridiculous. My God. All right. Welcome in, everybody, on the TikTok side. I had to address the YouTube people. You guys are nuts. Storm's like, what's happening over here? It's a madhouse. All right. Gray says, first, welcome back in. What was I? 15? I don't even know. Hello. I saw 0 when I joined. Can I pet that dog?
Can I pet that dog? No. Can I pet that dog? No. Can I pet that dog?
All right, talking Jesus and Paul over here. If you think that Jesus or Paul existed 2,000 years ago, I want to hear from you. So come on up. If you're on YouTube, come on over to TikTok. The username is Christ Before Jesus. If you're on TikTok, the request button should be right about there or down somewhere in there. Come on up. I want to hear from you. Again, nice to see you. Yes, it is. If you are interested at all, this is on YouTube or TikTok. Christ Before Jesus is available on Amazon. It is a book from me and my co-author. The ebook is just $3. There is a print version, and there is an audiobook version read by me and my co-author available on Audible. So if you have an Audible account, you should be able to get it for free every so often or something like that. But anyways, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. YouTube is still going strong for some godforsaken reason because that godforsaken wasteland is an absolute cesspool. I don't know what's going on. I'm just kind of leaving them to their own devices. Somehow Storm and Aaron over there are fighting the good fight. Everlasting Godstopper's in there as well. It's the 7th layer of hell. I don't understand it, so you guys, whatever. Anyways, they're on TikTok. We got people coming in here. Puppy says, I mean, I am religious, but I'm not a Christian. Okay. Okay. You can come up if you want, I guess. Where were you yesterday, J. Abron? I was live, but just for a little bit. Billy Tarr says, where is everyone? Well, they're coming in. Bree, in her first comment since the Bree start, just gave like some muscles. Hardy Fine said, just bought the book and clipping lives. You've awakened my desire to research religion again. You don't really have to clip them because currently right now we are streaming on YouTube. So you can actually check out the YouTube video if you like. I don't touch it or edit it or anything like that. I just get it going. So if you want to rewatch it, you definitely can. Mince8 over on YouTube says, do you have a real job? Yes, I turn out your mother. Moving on here through the TikTok stuff. Let's see. Jake does. Atheism says squeak. I'm sure that means something there to Bree. I'm sure she'd really appreciate that. Bree says, I put a muscle because I am the muscle. Inbo says, yay, my comment is on YouTube. Power of Living Water says Jesus loves you. Jesus didn't exist. I'm not really sure how he's capable of love in the past or in the present. Graz just says mouse. Wait, where's that mousehole? I don't even know. Oh, I thought that was an exclamation point at first. No, not muscle, mousehole. Were you once a believer in Jesus existing? Yes, absolutely. No opinions on the Old Testament. I mean, what's your question on the Old Testament? If you want to come up and talk about that, that's not really too much of a problem. You can come up. Mince8 on YouTube said, if my dog looked like you, I'd shave his ass. No. It's good. It's good. It's good. No, it's fine. It's fine. Here, can we put that comment back? Oh, no, it was deleted. Make him walk backwards. It's a quote from The Sandlot. I mean, if he's using it as an insult, it's not a very clever one because it's already been used, but like it's funny because I like that scene. Is that your sister? Over in left field? She's naked. Think she'll go out with me? I like The Sandlot. I like The Sandlot. Okay. Back on TikTok because the comments are funnier. Yeah. You have a Discord? Yes. Yes, I do have a Discord, but it also kind of sucks because I'm not very good at it. But someone who's very good at running Discords is Lady Huggy. And Lady Huggy, she was able to put together a Discord known as Deconstructing Chaos, and I spend a lot of my time, the majority of my time, over there. So check out Deconstructing Chaos. The link to the Discord should be in Lady Huggy's comments. So hard over there. I prefer TikTok. Yeah. You're kicking me balls. That's funny. Inbo says, I've learned so much from your lives for some time now. Can't remember it all, but it's all made sense. Well, that's good. That's good. If it ever doesn't make sense, call it out. What is going on? Tyler D. Is that Tyler Durden?
No.
Oh, okay.
It was close, but no.
Oh, okay. Oh, what'd you get?
Well, as you at the top, you say Jesus and Paul never existed. Prove us wrong.
Yes, sir.
So, I don't think I could prove that Jesus and Paul never existed, but I can give you evidence.
Okay.
So, what I'm just trying to say is that like we as human beings don't base off of 100% absolute certainty. There is some sort of faith and historical testimony.
That would be trust then.
Yeah, do you not trust, like, when you go to the doctor, do you trust your pharmacy person not to give you pills that can kill you?
Yeah, that's the trust. I was just saying trust as opposed to faith, but keep going.
Well, faith is in the sense of trust. We
Trust is interchangeable with faith.
It is not. No, faith is
Okay.
Shh. Quiet, Cody. Faith is the excuse that you give when you don't have a good reason to believe something. Trust is based off of experience and the understanding that this person is who they actually say that they are. That kind of thing,
So
like evidence or.
So if I
or
say
proof.
I think my wife is.
Cody, you're gonna have to be quiet for a little bit. We're not talking to you right now. We're talking to Tyler D.
No, I get that, bro.
Yep. Well, it doesn't seem like you do. So, anyways, Tyler, what you got?
Well, I mean, I feel like if you look at what Christians say, faith is interchangeable with trust. You can, like, I trust Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, and that He did the works for me to pay the sins.
Well, that's perfectly fine, but that is, again, based off of the faith that you have that He actually existed. Or maybe you have evidence. I would like to see. Well, yeah, okay. Well, then what is the evidence? Sure, and that's fine. And what is this evidence that you'd like to provide?
So the evidence is the amount of manuscripts we have of Jesus, number one, and
The
then
amount of manuscripts?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, what's a manuscript?
Manuscript is an ancient document written back then.
Okay. And how many? You mentioned the number. You said the amount of manuscripts is the exact phrase that you used. The amount of, give me 1 second, manuscripts. Okay. So, what amount would you like to say that we have for the manuscripts?
24,000.
24,000. Okay. That's the first time I've heard 24,000 specifically, but okay.
24,000 plus. There may be a little bit more, but
Yeah, not a problem. Not a problem. And are these all in one language or are these translations?
No, they were different languages.
Okay, different languages. Okay, not a problem. Different languages. Now, are these all 24,000 different people's perspectives, or are these 24,000 is a good portion of the 24,000 just copies of other things?
Good copies.
Okay,
I would say
not a problem. Not a problem. So, of these 24,000 manuscripts, how would you say? How many would you say are unique, like stories of Jesus themselves?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Okay, so of these 24,000, we can actually whittle it down to 4. Right?
Sure, but there's
okay,
there's
sweet.
multiple
Not a problem. Not a problem. Not a problem. We can at least trust them, right? So Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And of these, which ones of these 4 are from disciples, would you say? So people who actually walked alongside him.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
You would say that Mark and Luke are disciples?
Where Mark is the eyewitness testimonies of Peter. They accounted as Peter's eyewitness testimony.
Okay.
I would
So
say.
you would say that Luke would be out because Luke is a doctor who travels with
Yeah,
Paul.
okay, yeah, I could say
so
Luke.
so we've now gone from 4 down to 3, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So really fast, Mark gives us, he's one of the first 4, of course, the synoptic gospels and whatnot. He's the earliest of the canonical gospels. You would agree with that, right?
Sure, yes.
Okay. And so he gives us the earliest account that we know of from canonical sources for the crucifixion story, like the narrative, the passion itself, where Jesus actually goes and gets crucified, right?
Yes.
Now, he's using Peter's eyewitness testimony, right?
Yes.
Yeah. As Papias says, Mark, the interpreter of Peter, did his best to recall from memory what Peter had told him. So Peter, he was famously not there during the crucifixion.
He was there, but not in the sense of when he saw him on the cross. Yes, he was not.
So how does he know what Jesus is doing at the same time that he's denying him?
Well, I mean, he knew he was going to be crucified.
No, he didn't.
So when he was at the trial,
Peter was at the trial? No, Peter runs
Well,
off. Peter leaves
yeah.
at the Garden of Gethsemane.
because he denied Jesus 3 times.
Yeah,
yes,
so how
was-
is he at the trial if he's denying
but he
Jesus
knew-
in the
he
morning?
knew he was going to die.
In fact, the cock crows how many times?
3 times.
And Peter denies him 3 times, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that would imply that it's the morning and he's still denying him, correct?
Can you rephrase that? What do you mean?
It's the morning time and he's still off denying and saying he's never even been part of that group, right?
Well, I don't think it's morning because it was.
You don't
during a
think
Friday night.
roosters roosters
It
crow in the
wasn't a
morning.
That doesn't mean that it was morning. It just meant that a rooster crowed.
He says before the cock crows 3 times. When do you think roosters crow?
Well, I think it was just trying to say a prophecy. It wasn't meaning that it because the time of the trial.
So
happened
was there
during
an
the
actual?
trial.
No, it explicitly states in the Gospel of Mark that it was 9 a.m. when they crucified him.
It did.
Yep.
Where?
All right. In Mark, we're going to Mark. What's your favorite version of the Bible? That way, I don't use the wrong type.
Let's do ESV.
ESV sounds good. Here we go. We're going to go to the ESV. ESV, Mark 15. It explicitly says in verse 25, and it was the 3rd hour, that is 9 a.m., when they crucified him.
Okay. I was talking about the trial, not when he was crucified. Yes, okay. I was mistaken. Yes, okay, that's what you mean.
So leading up to that, in the wee hours of the morning, would be, the trial, right?
Yeah, so, okay, but my whole
And the
premise
cock is
behind it-
crowing 3 times, actually. And he's
but you're
denying
saying-
him. But how is he able to know what Jesus is doing at the same time? This is an eyewitness testimony.
Because other eyewitnesses said as
Oh,
well.
so Mark, which it never says it's written by Mark in the Gospel of Mark, but Mark is who writes this gospel, even though we don't have proof, and he gets his information from Peter, and the parts that we don't have proof from him, he got from someone else. But we don't know whether or not that actually happened, because again, it doesn't even say that Mark wrote it.
So,
Also, really quick, just really fast. I understand that Peter could have maybe talked to somebody else and said, hey, when I was off doing that dickish thing that Jesus absolutely called my ass out on, when I was off doing that, what was going on? And maybe he could have talked to somebody else. But prior to that, in the Garden of Gethsemane, right before, Peter flees and everything like that, Jesus was praying, right?
Correct.
And Peter, James, and John were actually with him during this time. All the disciples, for the most part, were, except for Judas, of course. That clever bastard. Anyways, the point is, what were the disciples doing when Jesus was praying?
They fell asleep.
So, who did he ask for that? How did he know what Jesus was saying there if everyone was asleep?
Because they told that they were asleep.
Who? How do they know what Jesus said? So Mark, who it doesn't say actually wrote the gospel, is an interpreter who recalls as best he can from memory, according to earliest history, church history. This is Papias. Recalls as best as he can from memory what Peter had told him. And Peter wasn't even an eyewitness for some of the scenes, so you're saying he relies on someone else. But in other scenes, no one was an eyewitness because they were asleep.
So that's a good question, and Peter being asleep does weaken the idea that he.
It's not just Peter; it's all of them. They're all asleep. So again,
it does not mean though the gospel writers had no way to know Jesus was praying.
No. How do they know exactly what he said?
He said, "Say here while I pray." Then he takes Peter, James, and John closer,
and they fall asleep.
Jesus went from them
and he falls asleep, and then they fall asleep, and Jesus goes off. How do they know what he said? Him saying, "Oh, I'm going to pray." Okay, cool. How do they know what he said?
And that is true. It's not. We don't know exactly, but I don't understand.
So, do you understand all the mental gymnastics you have to get to for this to be some kind of an eyewitness testimony?
Hold on. Eyewitness test, yes, but you're saying Jesus and Paul never existed. That's your claim, correct?
Well, your argument against it is eyewitness testimony, and we're trying to figure out whether or not that can be trusted.
All of these manuscripts clearly stated Jesus Christ existed.
Did all of these surely not all of the manuscripts, these three that we've whittled it down to, this is Matthew, Mark, and John, do they all three mention the disciples being asleep while Jesus is praying?
Yeah, but that's you're dodging my argument.
Wait a minute. That would be indicative of what we call third-person omniscient, where you're not saying I was there, you're saying these people were there. And omniscient meaning we're able to hear behind walls. We're able to hear conversations that are away from the main characters, the people who would actually be the people to pass on this particular story. That's how, like, for instance, Harry Potter's written, because sometimes we know things that are going on aside from Harry Potter. It's how Lord of the Rings is written, because sometimes we know things that are away from Frodo or away from Bilbo in The Hobbit. That's third-person omniscient. It's indicative of fiction.
I don't think you understand eyewitness testimonies. If multiple people state they said this in the exact,
not the
exact wording.
Not a problem. Where in the Gospel of Mark does it say it's relying on eyewitness testimony?
Because it's saying that we saw this.
Yeah, where does it say that?
Now, you want it verbatimly?
Well, I don't think you understand eyewitness testimony, to borrow a phrase from you, because that's not how we figure out whether or not something is eyewitness. Is just a story. Is J.K. Rowling's book, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, is that eyewitness testimony of Harry Potter?
Can we move on to someone else, please?
Oh, sure. You are now disconnected. Anyways, keep going, Tyler.
So the whole premise behind Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John is that we have done multiple hold on.
It almost kind of sounds like you maybe trusted someone, a trusted individual told you that this is eyewitness testimony without actually giving you any evidence that this was eyewitness testimony. So you believed that it was.
Sir, okay, you can go and find the manuscripts and all the written documents of that, and if multiple
where does it say that it's eyewitness
Jesus
testimony?
Christ existed,
where does it say that it's eyewitness testimony?
because that's what they did. That's what they did back then. They didn't have cameras or technology that we had. They used eyewitness testimony.
Sweet.
As
And where
their
is it?
source.
Where
that was
is
their
it?
only way of getting.
So where is it? Where does it say it's
Where
eyewitness
is it?
testimony? I'm perfectly fine with them using eyewitness testimony, but where does it say it is? Where does the Gospel of Mark say I talked to Peter? Where does it say I talked to the disciples? Where does it even say my name is Mark? Where does Matthew say my name is Matthew? Where does it say I was one of the disciples? Where does it say I was an eyewitness? Where does it even say I was a contemporary? I was even alive at the same time as this. Where does it say that?
All right. So here's the thing. It doesn't verbatimly say that.
Okay, so how did you determine it was eyewitness testimony and not just a book?
But in Luke 1, or John 21,
Luke was already out. You already cast out Luke.
Okay, sorry, John.
Okay, John. Mm-hmm.
Where the gospel claims a disciple is testifying to these things.
Mhm.
For Mark, the idea that is connected to eyewitness testimony comes from mostly the early church tradition,
Okay.
who said Mark wrote down Peter's preaching / recollection.
And the first mention of this is from Papias in the middle of the 2nd century. All right, keep going.
So it's basically saying Mark preserved Peter's eyewitness testimony according to later tradition.
Okay, so later tradition says that Mark wrote it. I can read a Google AI as well.
52, about the young man who flees when Jesus is arrested. Some speculate this could be Mark referring to himself, but the text does not say that. So it
It
is a
sounds like
guess
you
as
just Googled this because you had no idea what you were up against, and now you're just reading off a whole bunch of weird talking points, which very clearly, as you're reading it, you realize doesn't make a lot of sense.
I understand that.
Do you think that Mark would have added himself as a naked boy running away with a towel on?
We have to have trust in faith the same way you trust in history. Do you not trust the World War I?
What I would do is I would trust something that says I was there, or cites its source and gives a name for who they're actually pulling this information from. What you were trying to point to in John doesn't actually do that.
24,000 plus.
No, listen. No. You keep bringing up the 24,000. We already whittled it down to 3 on your own admission.
So why are you whittling it down to 3? That's
You
my
did.
question.
You did, because the 24,000 includes not only different translations, but it also includes copies. Does the amount of copies or translations of a book? No, listen. If I take Harry Potter and translate it into Spanish and then copy it, does that mean that there's 3 reasons as to why we can believe Harry Potter existed? No, it's just a translation and a copy of it. Who gives a shit? As far as Greek goes, we have 5,766 manuscripts of the New Testament. 93.8% of those come from the year 701 or later, and 0 of them come before the 3rd century. So, yes, that's all that it is copies. The amount of copies of a book does not make the book true. Do you understand that?
So wait. If
We're gonna.
you're telling me
I need a
we have
yes
the
or no. Well, I need a yes or no before we continue on.
I'm not gonna give you a yes
Okay.
or
Do you
no.
understand, Tyler? Do you understand that the amount of copies of a book does not make it true?
What?
Do you understand the amount of copies of a book does not automatically make the book true?
Doesn't automatically, but if there's
Okay, then I don't know
multiple
why.
copies that say the same thing,
Then
I feel like it's
okay.
trustworthy.
Are there multiple copies of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone that say the same thing?
I don't know Harry Potter. You
Okay.
would have to give
Are
me
there
a-
multiple copies of Star Wars screenplays that say the same thing?
Sure.
Okay. Does that make Star Wars true?
Oh, in the sense of reality, no.
No, it doesn't.
But they,
No.
but
No.
so
The amount of
verbatim
copies.
say it's a fantasy. That's just completely.
Well, it doesn't say in Star Wars that it's a fantasy, does it?
What kind of example is that?
Does it say in the Star Wars screenplay that this is a fantasy?
Okay, but in the manuscripts of Jesus, let's go back to the Bible.
Okay,
there
in
has
the
been many
manuscripts.
times where they
So
stated
so
historical
let me get
figures,
this straight. Let me get this straight.
and they were
You
correct.
believe
Science
you
proves it.
believe that Star Wars is a fantasy. And that's perfectly fine. But you don't have any verse or any
Literally
line in a
says
screen.
Star Wars is a fantasy. I
Where
don't know why
where
people
in the
don't.
text of the Star Wars screenplay does it say this is a fantasy?
Okay, sir, you're literally making these absurd questions that do not
Okay.
make any sense.
What
Yet the
they're
authors
not
or
making a
the
lot of sense
creators
because
of
you've never
Star
thought
Wars
about it this
clearly
way.
stated they're science fiction.
All right. Listen.
You were making
The
hypothetical.
amount
or
of
just
copies
questions
as you
that do not make
as you admitted, the amount of copies of something does not automatically make it true. Just like a bunch of copies that say verbatim the same thing, because that's what a fucking copy is in the first place, generally speaking, especially now today with the printing press, it's going to be pretty much exactly the same. Back then, when they had to copy by hand, there's going to be slight variations. So your claim that they're perfectly fine or they're like the exact same, like no. In fact, there are perfect copies.
I never said they were not the exact same, but just because there's variance, that actually proves the fact that they're even more trustworthy.
No, because
Yes, it
again,
does.
no,
And by the
because
way,
again, the variance.
if we look into
Listen,
them,
listen, Tyler,
You
Tyler,
listen.
Tyler. The variants are coming up in copies. Do you recognize this?
So okay, so
The
you're telling me
variance
that you
is
need
in
the
copies.
original manuscript.
No, I didn't
You need
say
the
that.
original manuscript.
I didn't say that. You are now trying to say that the variance in the copies somehow proves that they are correct. No, just like the amount of copies of a book does not make the content automatically true, the amount of listen, the amount of mistakes or changes or errors in a copy also does not make it true. That's not how that works at all. If I have a story of Harry Potter and then in another copy, it just automatically, for some weird reason, it changed the name of Ron to Don or something in one instance, that's a variation. Does that make it true? No,
Hold on.
it doesn't.
Do you know the variants of those manuscripts and what they are?
Yes, the vast majority of them are going to be just like textual errors, where someone like a punctuation or a grammatical or spelling error. That's all that it is.
Okay, good.
So listen. If I get okay,
Let me.
yeah, you're muted. You're gonna have to listen because it is very clear that you don't know what you're talking about, and I'm trying to get you to understand how ridiculous your argument has been the entire time. The amount of copies of something does not make it true by your own admission. The amount of errors or variance in said copies also does not make it true, and you know that. The only thing that possibly makes the content of a book and its subsequent copies would be whether or not we have evidence for the content itself. That's it. That's it. The amount of copies don't mean shit. And you know that. So, that being said, what is the evidence for the content of the New Testament? Already, I've shown you that we don't have anybody saying, I, the author of this text, am an eyewitness. That's not a thing, so we can't call it eyewitness testimony. So what else do we have that proves that this story of Jesus or Paul actually happened? What else do we have?
Okay, so let me get this straight. Do you believe in history at all?
Yes. What do we have?
Okay. But hold on, let's use your consistency of what you believe in. Do you believe in the Holocaust?
Okay. All right. Before I go ahead and drop you down, do you have any other evidence for Jesus or Paul? Because you're just kind of saying shit now, man.
Sir, you're dodging the questions of exactly what I'm trying to make.
All right. We're good here. We're not going to do that. Ridiculous. All right. Up for a second time. Hopefully this time's a little better than the first time, where he just kept showing us that he has no fruits of the Spirit, namely patience. What is going on, Cody?
Well, hopefully you never have to show patience, man, because I'll just say this.
Hopefully you can get right to the evidence, because that's what you're here for.
Again, I was going to say I appreciate your wealth of knowledge. You
Not
are
a problem.
very
Go ahead and get to the
understanding
evidence.
of a lot of things.
Sounds good. Get to the evidence.
But you tried to distinguish between the two, trust and faith? And will you please do that one more time, because I did not seem to understand what you were trying to say.
Trust is based on experience, whereas faith is an excuse that people give when they don't have a good reason to believe something. So please go ahead and give us the evidence for Jesus and Paul.
Are you married or dating someone?
Yeah.
Okay. So would you say that you have the faith that your significant other is not going to do something to break your confidence or your, your
No.
relationship? And you don't have that. You don't have that faith.
No, I have trust in them because of what I've seen. If
But-
somebody continually showed me that they were a bad spouse, when it comes to like monogamy and stuff like that, then I wouldn't trust them. What you're trying to use the word faith where the word trust is actually the word that you should be using, because as somebody who
I would say
probably
that they're
thinks that
both-
Jesus,
I don't think they're distinguishable. I think
they're absolutely not. They are absolutely not synonymous. Faith is the belief in something that you have when you don't have a good reason for it, but you still believe it. It's an excuse. That is all that it is. Now, I get that people tend to use it synonymously, but that doesn't
I
mean
have
that it
faith
actually
if I
is.
get on an airplane, it's not going to crash today.
No, you have seen airplanes and they didn't crash. If
Okay,
every
but let's not get hung up on that.
We're going to go ahead and do that because that's exactly what you wanted to do
No,
when you
we're-
got. Listen, that's exactly what you wanted
Your
to do
question's
whenever you got up here. You have seen more planes land correctly and land
True.
safely, and you have
True.
also been on more planes that have landed safely than
Very
actually
true.
crashed. More people in your life that you know
Mm-hmm.
personally have been on planes and told you about it that landed safely as opposed to landed. And if more people in your life had crashed when they got onto a plane than not, you wouldn't get onto a plane anymore.
I think your semantics are a little off.
No. Trust is based on evidence and experience. You have experience with planes that shows you that they are safer than the idea of like something that you just get on and it automatically just unalives you.
Muting
That's how
someone's mic
be quiet.
No,
If
no.
you unmute again, you will be disconnected, and there you go. And you will not be brought up unless you can show me or immediately say when I bring you back up. If you request back up, I'll bring you back up. But the first thing out of your mouth needs to be, you know what? I'll stay quiet if you mute me. I'll bring you back up, but the first thing out of your mouth better be, I will stay quiet when you mute me. Because I will send you an invite to unmute in order to have a conversation. That is perfectly fine. I want this conversation, but it's not going to happen with you talking over the host. That's not going to happen. All right? I'll bring you back up, but the first thing out of your mouth better be, I will stay quiet when you mute me. Go ahead.
Okay, so as far as history goes,
All right, there you go. All right, Yeshua Care 3313, if you want to come up.
Oh, thank you for inviting me. I actually really appreciate that for you accepting my request, man.
Yeah, not a problem. Come on up. What you got, man?
All right, so first I want to start off with, if we can think of something, it exists in the realm of our mind, right? So there are people who believe and have faith, and some people even say they trust, in Jesus Christ, or his apostle Paul and how he was accurate or supposedly accurate, at being a real or an embodiment of Jesus Christ. Does that make sense to you?
Not really. What does this have to do with Jesus existing 2,000 years ago?
I'm going to tell you. I'm going to prove it. Okay, I just wanted to say this first. So God, Jesus Christ, exists in people's minds. They have read this Bible, right? This old manuscript,
Okay.
And it has caused some people to change, right? Have you ever heard stories of people that were drug addicts or did something bad, or people that just felt lost?
People change when they read Harry Potter books, man. These books have been
I know.
life-changing. So that's just kind of how that goes. That's not evidence for anything. Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Yeah, well, there is an evidence that people's lives can change. So there is
Okay, yeah, that has nothing to do with it. All right, so we're trying to figure out if there's any evidence for Jesus 2,000 years ago, or Paul for that matter. Come on up if you have any evidence for that. No, I'm not bringing you back up, man. You very clearly don't understand what we're talking about. So there's not really much I can do there. Cody, let's see here. We will bring you back up. That's not a problem. Please note that I do want to have a conversation with you, but you're going to have to allow for me to set the ground rules of how we're supposed to interact here. I am the host. If I send you a mute, you stay quiet, because that means that you're talking over me or you're saying something demonstrably false and you're about to build on top of it, and it's not going to go anywhere. We can't actually have much of a conductive conversation about history if you make a whole bunch of claims or use terminology that doesn't make a lot of sense. You came up the first time and you tried to say that trust and faith are just interchangeable just about every time that we use them. Unfortunately, that is not the case. I will accept you, but the first thing out of your mouth, as I said earlier, needs to be, I will be quiet if you send me a mute. I promise you I will send you an invite to unmute or tell you go ahead and unmute in order to continue the conversation, but you're going to have to say that you'll be quiet if I mute you. Go ahead. I accepted you. The first thing out of your mouth better be that, or I'm going to go ahead and hit the block.
I will not unmute my mic if you mute me.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. Okay, so as far as trust versus faith goes, just to finish that conversation off, trust is based off of experience. We see things happen in our lives. We understand that they happen in a particular way. And by the way, faith, if you want to say that that's interchangeable, can be detrimental, because faith absolutely can be placed in something that is false. Because there are some people who have got into a plane and unfortunately have been unalived because it crashed. So if you want to say that's faith, even if you wanted to say that's faith and I granted that to you, that means that faith is not a pathway to truth in the first place, because sometimes it can be placed in something that's wrong. So,
well, I also, that's a great way to put that. But I also think that in the same way you explain faith, someone can trust a lot of things based on a historical series of events to lead them to a hypothesis of being able to trust something, and they can be wrong, which can be detrimental, correct?
Absolutely. You could trust someone and it'd be wrong.
I'm not even talking about someone,
absolutely.
I'm talking about anything. If someone, something, anything in the universe based on a historical event that has happened numerous times, you can trust in that, and you can be wrong, which can be detrimental.
And that is because of the fact that your trust has now been moved or shifted to something else because some kind of evidence came around and changed your opinion of it. That's the point.
Okay, so that's
literally the point.
Our semantics. I would say that's where I would say that most of the aspect of faith and trust are synonymous and interchangeable, because if you say, well, I'm going to make a decision based on the fact that this has happened numerous times in the past, so I trust that this is going to happen again, and it doesn't happen, you can't all of a sudden say, well, that wasn't trust that you made that decision based on.
No, you trusted.
Move the goalpost.
No, not at all. It was still trust. Absolutely. What I'm saying is that, like, let's say your parents said, that Santa Claus was real, and you trusted them because you were a kid, and you trusted them to tell you the truth because, generally speaking, they wouldn't hurt you or they wouldn't lie to you, from what you've understood. All right. So you trusted them. Then someone else shows up. Let's say you're talking to somebody around the playground in 4th or 5th grade or something like that, and they sit you down and they explain exactly how that doesn't make any sense. And they go through and they give you evidence for why that doesn't make any sense, for how Santa Claus wouldn't possibly exist or do all these things with, like, bringing you gifts and stuff. And you go, well, the amount of evidence that you're giving me is actually shifting my trust on this topic from my parents to you based off of evidence. And that's how that works. Faith in this scenario would be, I have faith that Santa Claus does still exist, despite the fact that I am getting told evidence and presented evidence that he... Still there? Is he still there?
I was sorry about that. Yeah, I went into Wi-Fi at my house. So again, I was like, as far as the Santa Claus analogy, I get that. I was just saying, I have never met anybody who has presented a case to compel me to believe that Jesus didn't exist based on an amount of evidence to which that I do believe he exists.
Okay, and that's fine. You are trusting somebody who presented you with the story of Jesus. I understand that. You trust them to be a trustworthy person, and you trust them to not lie to you when they say that Jesus existed. But let's get into the evidence that they presented you and see if Santa Claus actually does exist.
Well, I wouldn't equate Santa Claus to Jesus, but
I
would say
definitely would.
this. Okay, and that's fine. I understand where you're coming from in your worldview. Where I'm coming from is as far as the existence of Jesus, and based on where I heard you and Tyler before talking, I think that you're trying to put yourself in a position to discredit anything biblically based. Correct?
No.
Okay, so you do believe that there is truth in the Bible.
I mean, it depends on what you really mean by it, but sure, there's truth
Do you
in the Bible.
believe
In the
that?
sense
Do you believe there are any out of the 66 books written in the Bible, Old Testament, New Testament? Do you believe that there's any amount of truth?
Again, I said it depends on what you mean by that, but yes, there is some truth. Like there are some people who
Okay.
actually existed. There's some places that exist.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so let's start there. As far as the Bible goes, if you do believe that there are actually historical aspects to the Bible that do give credence to a person or a place existing in history, as far as the case for Jesus goes, what would you say if 500 people who gave an eyewitness account to seeing something happen that was recorded and not changed by a word here or there or a spelling of a different variation to change, we're not talking about translations here. We're talking about a historical event in which at least 500 people were eyewitness to. Would that give you enough, I guess, evidence to believe that, hey, you know what, maybe that happened?
Yeah, sure. Who is some of these 500 people? Give me some names from the 500.
So there are, when Jesus basically had been crucified, as the Bible records,
This
he
doesn't
rose
sound
from
like the names
grave.
of them.
Well, no, I'm saying there were 500, at least 500 accounts, all written and
Name
were
one.
documented by.
Yeah, name one.
That were documented by the disciples.
Sweet, name one.
Name one what?
Name one account or name one of the people who gives their testimony that said that they saw Jesus after he resurrected.
Peter.
Are you no, incorrect. So the 500 brothers and sisters are listed outside of Cephas if you think that that's Peter, or outside the 12 if you think Peter is actually included in there. So no, try again.
Do you know who Cephas is? Actually, Cephas. Do you know who Cephas is?
It's Cephas, and also Cephas is supposedly Peter, but doesn't make a lot of sense because
no, and no, I'm sorry. I don't know if you did take biblical history. I did actually, and it is Cephas. It's not Cephas.
No, the way
And
that
if you go
C's
to
were pronounced
Jerusalem-
back then
okay,
is
if you
okay.
do
So
go
we're gonna
to the Holy Land.
All right. So here we go. Cephas is not a like a Hebrew name. That's a Greek name, and C is pronounced as a hard C back then. There are some names that we generally will say like Marcion, but his name was pronounced Markion. So it depends on which scholar you listen to. Some say Cephas, some say Cephas. The way that it was actually pronounced back then would have been Cephas. But that being said, if he's supposed to be Peter, that doesn't make a lot of sense considering the fact that the 12 is listed here and Peter should be part of that 12. Doesn't really make a lot of sense that he's not in there. But regardless, doesn't really make it a lot of difference because we're talking about the 500. So Peter, whether or not you think it's in here or in here, is not part of here. So please continue on to name one of the 500.
Okay, and I'll say this just because I have actually been to Israel numerous times and
Sweet.
have studied the language of both Hebrew and Greek.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get caught up on what you think.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who's part of the
It doesn't
500.
matter in our argument. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't matter in our discussion here.
Yeah, who's part of the
what
500?
I'll- Yeah. So when you say it mentions, and I'll just say Cephas so that you don't have to get hung up on it. When you say it mentions Cephas and the 12, are you saying that Cephas plus 12? Or are you saying that that's not including who they just mentioned?
Literally wouldn't make any difference because we're trying to name one of the 500. Please go back to that.
Okay, but just so you know, Kazak said, pro tip, Israel is not Greece, which is funny because it's true, it's not. However, that has nothing to do with biblical
Yeah, I don't know what this is
history
about.
because,
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. So I guess where I'm saying is that there are, and the first time that Jesus was mentioned in the Bible was not in the New Testament. It was
All right, I don't think this is getting any closer to who some of these 500 are because you said that we have 500 and we have the testimonies.
Well,
you haven't
I mean,
named any
to-
testimony from the 500. In fact, the only
True.
name that you've
True.
given us isn't part of that 500.
True, but I would say this based on where you stand on that argument. You're basically
All
saying
right,
anything
so
in
where,
history
just
that has
give us the
happened that
500, man.
don't
You
have
said that we
names.
have it. Just give it. Okay.
I don't have
okay.
it. I don't
Then
have-
don't
I
give a
don't have one
name.
single name of
Give
the
us one of the
500.
testimonies. Give what is
I
it?
don't
What
have
is the
one s-
name
no,
of a
I'm just saying I
manuscript
don't
or a
have
copy
one
of one of the
single-
testimonies?
I don't have one single name specifically of the
Sweet.
500. Just like I don't
Sweet.
have.
Okay.
Just like I don't have
Then
a
just
name
give
of the
us
5,000 were fed.
give us what manuscript is a testimony from one of them, even if it's anonymous.
Okay. I would even say more credence than the Bible itself that gives.
It doesn't
is
sound like you're getting
Josephus.
closer
No, no,
to
no.
one of these 500,
I'm
does
saying
it?
Josephus.
All right.
I mean,
so,
what-
my
what do
man,
you- what do
you
you-
need
what would
to
you say
ask
about
for your money back
what
if
would you
you've
say about
spent a lot of
Josephus
stuff to
writing
go over
about
to Israel
Jesus?
for this kind of stuff. Because at the end of the day, you just mentioned the 500, but you can't name one, nor could you name
just
any.
told you I
No,
can't name
listen, listen. You also can't point me in the direction of a manuscript or a copy or anything like that from any of their testimonies that you say we have. It almost seems
just
like this
bi-
is just a number that's just kind of pulled out of someone's ass.
No, it's not just biblical writings that give credence to
All right.
Jesus'
So then,
existence. There's extra
then
biblical.
you said, did you or did you not say that we have 500 eyewitness testimonies from these people?
Yes.
Okay. Where?
Where what?
Where are they?
Where are the eyewitness testimonies to the battle at Bunker Hill in the Civil War?
Whataboutism
Where are
isn't
those?
going to get you very far here.
No,
so this
where are
500,
those?
nope. You've already made a claim. Support it. Where's
You
where's
can't-
your 500?
You can't throw the baby out. with the
Where's your
bathwater.
500? Where is it?
You can't throw the baby out.
Where
with
is
the
it?
bathwater.
You're
can
not
continue-
going
listen,
anywhere.
I'm trying to be respectful.
No, you're not, because you
continue-
made a claim and then can't
No,
back it
you
up.
Continue to just
Okay,
repeat
again,
yourself, but when I make a good,
sweet.
when I make a good,
You are now muted. I didn't want to have to do it, but you're now muted. Give me one of the manuscripts or copies or names or anything to show that we have a testimony, an eyewitness testimony, as you stated, from one of those 500. We're not going anywhere until you back up what you said or say, you know what? I spoke out of my ass. Which one is it?
I have said, and this will be the fourth time, that I could not give you one single name.
But
on
we
with
have
the-
it.
One,
We
one
have
name
these
from the
testimonies.
500.
We have these testimonies, but you don't know any of the testimonies?
The testimony was that Jesus Christ had been
Sweet.
appeared.
So
after
where
his
do we get one of
crucifixion.
the testimonies that we know is from one of these 500? Where do we get one of these? Like what book should I read? What manuscript should I look up?
Look in Acts.
In Acts. Okay.
Yeah.
So Acts is written by somebody who was part of this 500?
Who knows? Maybe they
Oh,
actually don't know. who
oh,
wrote
really?
this.
Oh, really? Okay. So
Yeah.
if we don't know, then how do you know it's written by one of the 500 that you were so
How do
eager
we
to
not-
use
how do
as
we
the
know it
argument?
wasn't?
You tried to use it as your argument that we have
No,
this.
I'm saying I can't give you one specific name of 500 people who said when the disciples said there were 500 people.
Stop saying the word name. We've moved past the name because we're already,
Okay,
it's already established
so-
that you don't know shit about the people. Give me the manuscript that we have that comes from one of them. And you said at best Acts is maybe something from them. Really? So you think
You're-
the eyewitness
you're speaking
testimony
of
we have is
one-
maybe?
You're speaking of one historical account.
Well,
when it talks
you
about
said there
Jesus
were
being
500. So give me one.
I'm talking about a historical event, not.
You
not
said there were
individual-
500 people who gave eyewitness testimony to said
At
event.
the event
give
of
us,
Pentecost,
give us,
yes.
okay. Give us one person who was there at Pentecost who gives an event of it, or gives
I
a
think that your
testimony for it.
argument, because what you'll do
you
is
said
talk over.
you said we have eyewitness testimony. Give us
Again.
eyewitness testimony for Pentecost.
If anything in history needs an eyewitness,
You said
testimony
we
to
have
prove
it.
its validity.
You said
then
we
you are
have
holding
it.
to a standard that is impossible.
You said we have it. I
No,
didn't say
am I
we
saying-
have to.
What I just said it.
I didn't say we have to have it. You just said it exists. And I'm asking where. You made the claim, back it up. I'm not saying you have to have eyewitness testimony. I didn't say that at all. I didn't say anything that sounded like that. You just said that we have it. So please present it.
You actually did say in order for you to believe something to be true in history, you either have to experience it yourself, correct?
No, I never
You
said
ju-
that.
You said that with
No.
Tyler. You said
No.
Okay,
To
so how do
believe
you
something happened in history? No.
Yes. How, okay. Then,
no.
then tell me, how do
We're
you
not,
believe an event
nope,
that happens?
we're
in
not
history?
gonna. You're not gonna pivot. Give me one manuscript or eyewitness testimony of Pentecost.
Acts.
Okay. Where in there does the author say I was there?
I couldn't point this.
Yeah, it's because it's not in there. Would you like to try again?
No.
Okay, sounds
No,
good.
I'm
Well,
saying-
thank you very much for coming up there, Cody.
What I'm saying is, if
Sounds like you don't have any evidence and you kept trying to pivot as much as you could. You're like, let's go back and talk about semantics. Please, let's go talk about semantics. I remember that. I remember when I brought that up and then tried to pivot out of that the first time and then had to get my ass kicked and then brought back up and actually like grovel in order to come back up here. Oh, please, let's go back to semantics. No, dude, you said something that was demonstrably false. Sorry, buddy. I don't know what to tell you. We don't have any eyewitness testimony of Jesus after his resurrection. In fact, your entire argument so far had been, hey, if there was eyewitness testimony of somebody's resurrection, would you believe it? And I said, well, yeah, I'd believe it. I'd believe it. And then you weren't able to actually provide it. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. All right. Michael Monson just said my favorite show again. Oh, well, thank you. How can I rebuttal Council of Nicaea? I'm not really sure what that means. What does that mean? Jesus did exist. God told us in the Quran. It's as easy as that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Delusion says, bro is confused. Police be upon him. Yes. I sent the invite there. Rebuttal the outcome? Like, I don't know. Like, what do you mean rebuttal? What do you mean rebuttal of that? What do you mean? Carson James Argenta, I already did. Carson, I feel like Carson, we had. If I may invite you up here. Yes, I did. All right. Do we have any other evidence for Jesus or Paul? Anybody else who wants to come up and give evidence? Anybody at all? Oh, did I miss one? I may have missed one. They're my roommates. Nice. No proof for Solomon's existence? Okay. That's fine, Carson. That's fine. Said, I'm also more interested in challenging your claims. Carson, here's the deal. We had some good conversations. I remember talking to you almost 2 years ago. What's really disheartening is how quickly you fell for someone who hadn't actually read like my book and admitted to it, talking about it as if they had. And that's kind of pathetic, Carson. I'm not going to lie. Like, that's pretty wild. We've had conversations in the past, Carson. Like, we've had conversations in the past. If you had legitimate qualms with what I was saying, if you had some kind of good evidence as to why what I was saying was incorrect, then you could have presented it for a long time over the last couple of years that we've conversed here on TikTok. I don't know why you decided to just like listen to somebody else. No, he didn't read it. He admitted that he actually hadn't vetted it, and actually in the last time that he talked about it on a live, had brought up the idea that we ran it in English, like we ran Stelometry on the English. So, no, yeah, it's pretty pathetic. So Carson, what I'm going to need you to do, this is actually what we're going to do. Carson, you are fine with you're fine to come up. That's perfectly fine. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to make a note. Okay. Okay. So what I'm going to do, Carson, is today is Thursday. You can come up sometime today. You can come up sometime tomorrow. If you don't come up today or tomorrow, I'm going to go ahead and block you because you are absolutely somebody who we've had good conversations in the past, and it's really disheartening to see somebody fall off the wagon that far solely because of the fact that they don't have evidence for themselves or to support their stance, but they just want to go against me. That is literally what you just said. You said that you're not super interested in giving evidence for your side. You just want to attack what I say. So it makes sense that you would fall for some kind of a lie or a misunderstanding as to what I've even said before. You could have came directly to the source about this. You could have come directly to me to talk about the book. You could have read the book. You could have understood the book. It seems really pathetic that you would do that. You should know better, Carson. And I remember having good conversations with you. You should know a lot better than what you're doing now. You're better than that. Like, you really are. Your music's better than that. I've listened to your music. Your music's better. Your arguments are better. Your logic is better. It's rather pathetic that you would do that. All right. So, yeah, no. You did not come to me to talk to me about the issue with what Carrie had recently said. You did not do that. All right. We're going to get the book. The book is available on Amazon, and also Barnes & Noble, technically, but Christ Before Jesus. The ebook is just $3 if you're interested in checking it out. The link in my bio here on TikTok is available, and I think it's also available there on YouTube as well. The ebook is just $3. There is a print version, and there is an audiobook version as well. All right. Apple says, "What in that G chat shit talking to you during that stream?" It's very possible. It's very possible. So that's why I'm saying I'm pretty sure I've seen him talking some shit before. So realistically, again, Carson, you are more than welcome to come up today. You're more than welcome to come up tomorrow. If you don't come up today or tomorrow, you will be blocked. All right. Someone over in the YouTube chat says Shroud of Turin has not been debunked. There was a recent study done and it can't even be replicated. It has been replicated multiple times. So how is something that has never been replicated debunked? Because it has been replicated, you just don't accept the replications for some weird reason. Yeah, that's really weird, Elizabeth, if you think about it. They took Jared Matthews' work so personally that they literally throw Jesus under the bus to hop on G's side. In other words, this guy, he admitted that he is so interested in arguing against me and not providing evidence that he will accept the word of two mythicists in order to try to argue against me. And by the way, to anybody who might be citing with those two mythicists themselves, it's funny because they're not making their arguments any better. They're just making mythicism worse, because look at what's happening. The majority of people who have come in and said, oh, hey, by the way, I found out that you're a grifter. Oh, I found out that you're wrong, or hey, blah, 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 all that kind of shit, have been Christians. The vast majority of people who are mythicists or atheists were able to look past that bullshit, look past it and go, that doesn't make a lot of sense. They were able to actually use logic and go, well, that person's making claims that shows that he's not actually familiar with what Jaron says. So I don't know why he's arguing against what Jaron says. So most people who are rational, the atheists that show up in here, the majority of them, they come in here and they're like, okay, yeah, I've heard this argument, I've heard yours, and yeah, I'm just gonna keep going with what I went with before. But the fact that Christians come in here and repeat what they had said, that's pretty damning. That's pretty damning. If you are a mythicist and Christians are quoting you against mythicism, you fucked up. like you messed up somewhere along the way. Oh no, I'm not, Elizabeth. I'm not. All right. Gonna bring up let's see. AM. What's going on, AM? I didn't understand a word of that. Man, Chad Morongo is still in the chat. Well, it's the most credible source, the Bible. God himself spoke from baptism, I guess. Oh, I don't even know what's going on. Jake's unrelatedly, G doesn't believe women. The gutter lady again? I don't think so. AZ Max says lots of background noise. Yeah, there was a lot of background noise on that one for some weird reason. There's about a 0% chance that this person is.
السلام عليكم sister, how are you? أنا from Gaza. يمكن مساعدة أمانة. أي والله شايف. يا رب الله أكبر الله أكبر الله يكرمك. أي والله شايف. يا رب إن شاء الله يساعدنا لو حتى الشكل اللي أجيب علبة حليب للبيبي. أنا والله وضعي كتير صعب. الله أكبر. الحمد لله يا رب الله يكرمك.
What? I don't know what he thought that I was saying on here. I got my first Wingo. Yay. Surely that wasn't dependent on the Aloha snack bar or whatever he said. Surely that wasn't. Hopefully not. Aloha snack bar. There it is. Just by speaking in tongues. Yeah, probably. All right. Well, I don't see anybody else in the request. No. Oh, the $3 bill. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. All right. So, if we don't have anybody else, it doesn't look like we do. Thank you to anybody and everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. So yeah, I will be live tomorrow. I will be back on. Let's see. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Not much else that I can really think of. Make sure to check out the works of M. David Litva. Oh, by the way, so this is going to sound a little weird, but if you are in the DFW area, there is a place that I'd like to promote really fast. It is called a Mayhem Rage Arena. All right. And this place, it's like a rage room if you've never heard of it. But what they try to focus on, so yeah, there's, you going in breaking shit and stuff like that and playing music and stuff like that, take out the rage. But it's also, they're trying to promote the concept of like just better mental health. Because those rage rooms are very, very therapeutic for a lot of people. And here recently, they actually went through some tragedy where last week, they actually lost one of their employees. Like they unalived. And this is something that has been weighing upon them quite a bit. And so they're trying to promote mental health awareness and everything like that through the therapeutic use of a bat, breaking glass and stuff like that. But my daughter and I, we went over there on, I think it was Tuesday. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun hanging out over there. So Mayhem Rage Arena, definitely a pretty cool area. They're also very accommodating to people from different backgrounds and whatnot. There was actually someone with a service dog that was actually there at the rage room. They weren't able to take the dog into the room, obviously, but it was pretty cool. Even little kids were out there, so they had a moment where they told them, hey, we're not going to play a bunch of music that's like cussing and stuff like that. It was just like generic, like Imagine Dragons, that kind of stuff. So it was definitely really good. It was a lot of it was a lot of fun, and I think that there are some pretty good people over there. So if you're in the DFW area and you need to get out some rage or something like that, head over to Mayhem Rage Arena. Mayhem. But anyways, let's see. Despite all my rage, I am still a Brie in a cage. Oh, that sucks. All right. Let's see. I want to come with a question. I just need 30 seconds. Oh, wait. Hold up. We do have this person here. And that is pretty good. Despite all my rage, I'm still a Brie in a cage. Carson, what's going on?
Well, I'm just letting you know, I work till 5 tomorrow. So if you're trying to get me in tomorrow before blocking me, and I'm working till 5, that's not going to be able to happen.
Well, you're here now, so go ahead.
I'd like to prepare more, to be honest. If I was going to, I think that's reasonable to be prepared for debate. I think you'd be upset if I wasn't, actually. But yeah.
Well, it sounds like what you did was you listened to a particular live that talked about me. Are you not familiar with what they said or something? Like, what are you going to prepare there for?
It's a 3-hour live. There's a lot of information there.
Okay. And anywhere during this 3-hour live, does any of these people mention that I ran stilometry on the King James version of the Bible instead of the Greek?
They do mention you running it on Greek, and then he makes a passing comment about how you used King James somewhere, but he does recognize that that's not what the main crux of your stylometric research was.
Okay. And are you familiar with the fact that have you read my book, by the way?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I've read all the synopsises and
cool. Awesome. So of the 9 chapters of the book, how many chapters do you think go over stilometry?
Very few. I think just one, right? But essentially, that is the new
Cool.
thing you're bringing to the table. That's why probably people are focused on it. Whereas in
No,
Martian
it's not just
priority-
the new thing. It's second century authorship of the Bible. In fact, I could go over the second century authorship of the not the Bible, but the New Testament. I can go over the second century authorship of the New Testament. I can go over whether or not Jesus existed. I can go over whether or not Paul existed, and I can go over second century authorship without ever invoking the word stellometry once. Stellometry is just how we back it up. It is definitely a step up from Bayesian theorem and whatnot, which is cute and, you know, fun. It's some nice little parlor tricks or something like that around, like, I don't know, like the 6th grade like recess playground. But nevertheless, whenever we actually dive into the text, we can use distance formulas to actually identify authorship pretty well. But that, again, is not the biggest point that we make. It only amounts to about 15 to 20% of our argument. And it only pops up in 2 of the chapters of our 9-chapter book. And one of those chapters is just explaining what it is. So attacking the stellometry, which is the only thing you're going to possibly be able to get out of this, is not actually going to do anything here. It's not. Like, even if you were to somehow discredit stellometry, good luck with that. But even if you were able to do it, it's not going to do anything for moving the dates. And even if you were to move the dates, great, cool. Now you're still up against Carrier, who doesn't use stellometry and uses first century dating for the New Testament and still presents a mythicist argument. So, I mean, it's not going to get you any closer to your position. It's nonsense. It's a waste of time.
Yeah, I mean, I respect scholars of all beliefs. Probably my favorite influencer is Alex O'Connor, and he and I disagree on.
Would you
the
consider
existence
Alex
of God.
O'Connor a scholar?
I think he's an influencer within the space, a very successful
Would
one
you
who hosts
consider that
scholars.
a scholar?
Are you a scholar?
No.
Right. So I don't think that necessarily discredits him in the same way it doesn't discredit you. If it discredits him, then it's discredits.
No, you just said you just mentioned scholars and then immediately mentioned Alex O'Connor, and I'm wondering why you did that. I would have a problem if you mentioned me.
To prove the point that somebody's personal beliefs doesn't, in my mind, immediately discredit them just because I disagree with their works. I think they still have something to bring.
Well,
to the
that's
table.
fantastic. It's the amount of evidence that they have to support their claims or their opinions or their stances. I don't give a shit if somebody's atheist. I don't give a shit if they're Buddhist. I don't give a shit if they're Jainist. I care about whether or not they have evidence to support their claims. And when someone has claims about, I don't know, the New Testament being written in the 1st century, I would say, where's your evidence for that? And then I'd provide the evidence, still stylometric or otherwise, that shows that the New Testament was written in the 2nd.
Right, and I'm only saying this because you implied that there's something dishonest about me using the work of somebody who is not a Christian, implying I should only be using Christian sources because that'll get me closer to my claim. I'm just saying I don't think it's
I
incorrect.
didn't say that at all. What I said,
essentially what you
it is
said.
not essentially what I said. What I said was, if you're trying to argue against what I say, there's a lot of hurdles you're going to have to get over to even remotely get close to your position. So it's tough. You've got your work cut out for you. You're not going to discredit stellometry in the first place, but even if you did somehow manage to get past that, I still have arguments other than stellometry to show that the New Testament's written in the 2nd century. So then you got to somehow fight the losing battle of zero evidence for 1st century authorship. And then if you somehow did, in defiance of God's will, it would still just fall back to Carrier's actual argument, which is this is written in the 1st century and Jesus still didn't exist.
You're just proving my point right there. You're saying if I use Carrier, then ultimately I have to end up.
No,
defending Carrier's claim.
no. I didn't say you're. God fucking damn it, dude. That's not what I said. I didn't say that you're using Carrier. I would say it would fall back to his argument. In other words, that's where we would end up. You would end up talking to me, and I would end up talking to you in the sense of this is something coming from the 1st century, and we still don't see evidence for Jesus. Like, I would be presenting Carrier's argument at that point, is what I'm saying. Not you.
Right. So just to be clear, you do or don't think it's okay for me to use Carrier's work?
I mean, you can if you want. That's perfectly fine. I don't understand how that's... I mean, it's not going to get you anywhere, but you can. I doesn't matter to me. You can if you want.
What exactly is angering you then?
Nothing's angering me. The problem that I have with you specifically is the fact that we very clearly had a conversation that I felt like went well. We had multiple conversations going back almost 2 years. The issue here is that the first time that you heard somebody, a mythicist of all people, two mythicists, talking about me, coming from a place of we don't actually understand what he says in the first place, and we definitely don't understand stellometry, attacking what only amounts to about 15 to 20% of my work to begin with, which you haven't read, admittedly. The first time you heard that, you then came over here and said, oh, hey, when are you going to respond to them? I don't know. When have you ever reached out to me post hearing this live and said, hey, like, what are your talking points here? Like, why didn't you just request up as opposed to chirping in the chat? Like, what you're doing is you're behaving like a snake as opposed to anybody who actually had a meaningful conversation, multiple conversations with someone who knows this topic. If you really did care about the truth, you would have read the book at some point over the last 2 years. Hopefully you could scrounge together $3 to get it. Or you would have came to me in the DMs or here publicly and talked about it as opposed to chirping. That's
exactly what I'm doing right now.
You did it at the very last second, and the first thing out of your mouth when you came up was talking about how you wanted to come up tomorrow, and you were afraid that you wouldn't be able to come up before I blocked you. No, you had no intention of actually having a full conversation today.
You're saying if you went and heard some opposition, why not just come to me? I am here right now asking
All
in
right.
your comments.
Well,
on
then
your live.
please provide the opposition then.
Wait, but you understand the
provide the opposition. Provide the opposition then. Okay, I am wrong. Provide the opposition.
All right. I mean, my opposition would be very similar to what it was in the past, is that there are plenty of figures within history who are not named Caesar, who is an administrative head of state, who you would expect to see copious amounts of evidence for, who fall under very similar categories to Jesus.
Name one.
Written about in history.
Name one.
Spartacus.
I don't believe in Spartacus.
Socrates.
We have actual contemporary evidence for Socrates.
Hillel the Elder. And Socrates has only been written about after his life.
Great.
Hillel the Elder.
Listen, by contemporaries.
Hillel the Elder.
Listen, by contemporaries. Do you understand what the word contemporary means?
No, I do understand what the word contemporary means.
What does the word
means,
contemporary
and your
means when
opposition would
talking?
argue that Jesus
when talking,
has contemporary sources.
okay, who?
Tacitus, Josephus. I know
Tacitus
you know the
is not
answers to this.
contemporary.
Depends on how you would suggest it contemporary.
That's why I asked you what contemporary means, Carson. What does contemporary
Within the same
mean?
time period. I'm aware of what contemporary
Okay,
means.
so was Tacitus alive during the same time as Jesus?
Was Josephus?
No.
Right. So he knew people who knew Jesus. This
So
would
he
still be
again,
considered
Carson.
contemporary.
No, that's not how that works. Carson, a contemporary, by your own admission, is someone alive at the same time period. Neither Josephus.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
I said within the same time period.
Well, again, Josephus is not within the same time period of Jesus, is he?
He would have known people who would have been alive.
I
during
didn't ask that
Jesus'
question, Carson. I asked you,
You
was he
asked what's
alive?
contemporary.
Was Josephus alive during the same time period of Jesus? Yes or no?
No, I don't
Okay,
believe.
then he wouldn't be contemporary. Do you understand that's how that word works, Carson?
I think that there are scholars who would
Do you
disagree
understand?
with this.
Do you understand that that's how that word works, Carson?
I understand your
You gave the definition, and then
Mm-hmm.
you argued against yourself.
I did not give that specific definition.
Yes, you said contemporary means at the same time, during the same time period. And then you said that Josephus's life was not during the same time period as Jesus. So by your own admission and by your own definition of the word contemporary, he would not be contemporary. We all heard that.
Josephus's life is very much in very close proximity to the life of
Sweet.
Jesus.
So you gave a complete and total and exact and agreeable definition of contemporary, and then you proceeded to tell us that Josephus would not fit that.
I did not specify that contemporary means within the same lifetime of the person.
You said the
You're
same time
specifying
period, and then I asked you if Josephus was during the same time period as Jesus, and you said no. You actually used this exact same phrase, and then said that he didn't line up.
Was he alive during when he was alive? You didn't use the
No,
word time
you
period.
you used the word time period in your definition of contemporary, and then I asked you if Josephus was alive during the same time period as Jesus, and your answer was no.
You said, was he alive at the same time?
No, I said in the same time period, and you said no. This is actually recorded on
you have him
YouTube.
saved.
People are able to see this for literally forever. As long as YouTube is up, we will all be able to see that you ate your own words.
Okay, good for you.
No, sweet. So do you have anything else? Or would you like to see that Socrates actually has better proof or evidence than Jesus?
Hillel the Elder, what about him?
Sweet. So I asked a question, Carson. Answer it.
I mean, with Socrates, I would say everything that's written about him was written after he died.
By people who were alive at the same time period?
Right? And
Yes or no,
Josephus's
Carson?
sources- And Josephus's
Carson?
sources.
Carson?
Sure, yes.
Carson.
Yes.
Okay. So then they would be contemporaries, and we don't have that for Jesus. What's your next
And
point?
Josephus's sources would have been alive during the time of
You didn't say anything. You didn't say a contemporary is someone with sources during the same time period. You said a contemporary is someone during the same time period, or contemporary means of the same time period. That's what you said. You didn't say anything
now-
about sources.
Okay, I didn't, but I am now, and I don't
Okay.
think it contradicts
Well,
my
then you're
previous
changing it after you got your ass kicked. Would you like to do what Jesus said and turn the other cheek?
You know what, Jaron, I think you're changing the goalpost here.
No. After you got your ass kicked, you decided to just rechange a word or change a word later on. You're literally moving the goalpost and then projecting it onto me. Congratulations, narcissist. You've turned the other cheek.
Am I getting angry with you or being...
No, you're just
unkind
proving
towards me?
yourself incorrect and incapable of
No,
having
I
an
don't think
actual
that's what I'm
conversation.
doing, actually. I don't think that's what I'm doing, actually. And when I say that somebody is a contemporary source, but don't specifically specify that their sources could be contemporary, making that source contemporary, I don't think it's a contradiction. I think you're just pointing out that I
So
didn't flesh
Josephus
out what
isn't
I
the
meant by
contemporary then. So you tried to say that Josephus was the contemporary, and now you're trying to say that he used somebody else who was contemporary. Who was the source that Josephus claims he used?
These... Well, yeah, right. So historians don't always share their sources, do they?
Sweet. Did he say he was pulling it from a source?
I don't think he specifies in that case.
Okay,
but
cool. So
historians
congratulations.
from
You're
that
stupid for
time
2 or
period-
3 reasons. Do you have anything else you'd like to point out before I go ahead and bring you down?
That historians from that time period, much as you like to say they always give sources, do not
From the
always
time
give
period?
sources.
What time period?
The first several centuries.
Okay, sweet. So I didn't say that he did use a source. I didn't say that he didn't. I'm just asking you for where he says he did, because you said that he would have used contemporary sources. You're making the claim that he had the sources. I didn't say anything about it.
Right, and I'm mentioning that historians from that time period often don't cite their sources.
Cool. So how do you know he used one?
Because I think a responsible historian from that time, and again, this is the scholarly consensus, nothing I'm saying here is outside the realm of scholarship or something that people generally disagree with. What I'm saying is generally held to be true within scholarship. Most historians, like Josephus, would have sources for what they are saying.
Cool. Does that make him a contemporary?
Yes.
No, it doesn't. By your own admission, it doesn't. Congratulations, Carson. You've earned a block even when coming up. See you later, and say hello to your mother for
What
me.
exactly am I being blocked for?
Being a douche. All right. All right. We can possibly bring up one other person. Let's see. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Doing good, doing good. What you got?
So you said, wait, what are you trying to say? You're saying that Jesus never existed? Or like he wasn't real?
Yep.
Based on what? Like what's your What's your reasoning for that? Because for whatever, you're the only person who I've known to ever say that.
That Jesus didn't
Like,
exist?
what's your? Well, I mean, that was like actually serious about it.
Have you met people who were
Are you
joking
serious
about
about
it?
this? I mean, I've never met anybody who should actually be taken serious about it. But you got a book, and you got a whole live right now, so you take yourself pretty seriously.
All right.
So what are your parameters for saying that Jesus wasn't real? What are you looking for?
I'm looking
When
for
you- when
evidence
you
that
look
he's
at the
real, I
evidence-
guess.
Like what? Like historically, like the claims about him are
Yeah.
historically true, or what?
No, historically. If you think that Jesus actually walked on this earth 2,000 years ago, what evidence do you have for it?
The historical consensus about it from Tacitus, Josephus.
Okay.
The
What does
Gospels, the
Tacitus say about
Bible,
him?
that he was real. He was talking about the Romans following the Christos, the Christ, Jesus Christ. Josephus says things along the same line. These are all first century.
Tacitus
these are all
is writing
first
in the
century
second
accounts.
century, by the way. But
Writing in the but he was alive during that time. Just because.
what do you
he
mean
wrote it,
alive
he
during that
might have
time? What do you
written,
mean alive during that time?
Like shortly after Jesus' crucifixion, both of them two were born.
He's
They're
born
speaking
almost
on
3
things.
decades later.
Tacitus was 67, but Josephus was 37. That doesn't mean that. What are you saying?
Tacitus
How
is
is that not still
57,
applicable?
not 67. But even if it was 67, okay, well
How is
that
that
would
not
be
applicable
almost
to-
4 decades later.
Okay, so what's your point?
What my point is that it's definitely not a first century source really for this, but nevertheless, doesn't matter. What does Tacitus say about Jesus that you can recall? We're looking at Annals, Book 15, Section 44, if you want to look it up there directly.
You said, what does Tacitus actually say about him?
Yeah, what does Tacitus say?
I don't know what it says. I usually, every time I back out on my phone, it takes me out the live, so I'd have to get in front of a computer or something. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so what do you say, what are you looking for evidence for seeing something as real?
Something in the
Historical.
first century that talks about Jesus or Paul in
And
mundane
who's,
ways.
hold on, first century, does something have to be in the first century for that thing to necessarily be historically true? And who gets to decide that? You decide that?
You asked me what I was looking for.
So that's what you decided?
You asked me what I was looking for.
That's crazy.
What did you want me to answer? Something
So,
that
hold
would
on.
satisfy Kevin down the street or something that would satisfy me?
So any history at all, if it's not first century or within the first 100 years of that event, you don't believe in it.
That's not what I said. I mean,
Well,
that'd
that's
be
the
great
criteria
if...
that you have for Christ.
Sweet.
So your goalpost for what you see as historically true changes depending on what the subject is.
I'll accept the Bible as long as it's historically accurate.
Okay, then there you go, the Bible.
Okay. Is it historically accurate when talking about Jesus?
It's historically accurate when talking about Jesus.
That doesn't make any sense because Matthew says he's
Luke
born
is-
10 years before Luke says he's born.
When they don't give a legit date.
They give who's reigning, and those people are a minimum of 10 years apart.
Two different people that came from two different parts of Rome. Could have been two different leaders. There's a ton of different
They are two
reasons.
different leaders.
There's different
Congratulations.
perspectives.
You understand how two people work. So Herod the Great is said to have been the king whenever Jesus was born during Matthew 2, or in Matthew 2. And King Herod dies in 4 BCE. In Luke 2, it says that he is in Bethlehem because Joseph and Mary went there for the census in 6 CE. This would be a minimum of 10 years apart from each other. Also, Quirinius, the governor of Syria, replaces Herod Archelaus over the reign of Judea. And in Matthew 2, it explicitly says
Where'd you
that
get your
Archelaus
dates from?
starts... It also says that Archelaus
Where'd
starts...
you get your dates from?
What do I mean, my dates? From
Yeah,
coins.
the dates that you just gave.
From archaeology.
Coins?
Yes, archaeology, Josephus, coins.
Okay, but hold on. Before we change the subject,
Sure. We also have, by the way, we also have an actual inscription that is talking about the census in 6 CE. Someone who was hired to actually count the number of people in an area.
Hold on. So, okay, one thing at a time. You asked me what Tacitus was. I asked you why you changed the goalpost for what you see as historically true.
I didn't.
You didn't answer that, and then we just got to talking about the historical reliability.
Yeah,
So
I didn't change the
you
goalposts.
so
You didn't know where the goalposts were. That's not moving it. That doesn't make any sense. In
no,
fact,
I mean
I
your
then
own
opened it
self.
up to the
No,
Bible.
I'm talking about the goal. I'm talking about the goal. Right, that was understandable. But I'm talking about your own goalpost that you have for the way that you view history. You move that
I just said
depending on what
something
you're
that
talking
talks
about.
about him shortly after his death, so I gave you the
Right,
entire
but
first
you.
century.
Okay, so what did you want to know about Tacitus? What he said about Jesus?
Sweet. We're still over on this particular topic that you've led us to, which
Right.
is there in the Gospel of Matthew and Gospel of Luke. It is talking about a period that is a minimum of 10 years apart. So it sounds like the Bible is not historically accurate when it talks about Jesus, even in a natural sense. Birth is natural, and you can't be naturally born 10 years before you are born.
Hold on.
Did you want to check to make sure you can't be born before you're born? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Keep digging there, buddy. All right. So, see, what'd you find? Did you find anything there, buddy?
Yeah, I gotta read.
You got to read what? Your Bible for the first time?
No, I gotta read what people have to say about the whole Matthew and Luke thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you said, so explain your point again. You said with the coins, you have coins from, what are you talking about?
Herod the Great dies 10 years before Quirinius is the governor of Syria. Aaron in the chat says, does C know where he's at right now? Are you tracking, buddy? Like, are you tracking this?
Wait, so, hold on. You said,
I think we're
wait, so let
witnessing
me get
in
this straight. Hold
real
on. Let
time
me get
someone
this straight.
realizing that
You
there's a
said, hold
contradiction
on.
in the Bible.
No, you said that Tacitus and Josephus were not, you do or you don't agree that they're
We're still
valid
talking about
for,
Herod the Great and Quirinius,
no,
buddy.
because I'm about to make a point,
Sweet, go ahead
Josephus,
and
the same person who wasn't alive when Herod died, is the one where we know the year that Herod died. Josephus was the one that records about Herod's death.
and then
So
he
you're
is
gonna take
replaced.
that account.
No,
Hold on. So you're
no,
gonna take
listen,
that account.
listen,
Hold on. So you're gonna take that
listen,
account for what Herod died,
listen,
but you're not
listen.
gonna take what Josephus
We don't
has to
have
say.
to. We don't have to. The Gospel of Matthew tells us that he dies and is replaced with Herod Archelaus. The New Testament. Matthew says this. We can just use the Bible. Then we can use an actual inscription that talks about the census of Quirinius. If you don't want to use Josephus, we don't have to. It's still wrong. Did he mute himself? I think he muted himself.
Oh, hello?
Yep.
I don't. It doesn't. Where does this say that in the Bible? About
In
you said
Matthew
it in
chapter 2, it says that Herod Archelaus replaces Herod the Great when he dies.
what verse?
It's at the end of Matthew chapter 2. I don't know the exact verse. It's probably in the 20s.
You don't know the exact. Okay,
The exact verse is...
that's okay. You don't. You know. The
It is
chapter.
22. But when he heard that Archelaus was ruling Judea in place of his father Herod, he was afraid to go there.
Right. So what you just said though that, well, however, when Joseph went to Archelaus, he was afraid to settle there.
Yeah, Herod the Great dies and Archelaus starts reigning. Unfortunately, we can see that Quirinius replaces Archelaus as the governor of Syria and does his census in 6 CE, which
said
he wouldn't be
Quirinius?
over. What? What?
You said who?
Quirinius.
Who did you? Quirinius?
Yes.
And you got Quirinius from Luke?
Well, yeah, he's mentioned in Luke.
So what do you? So you're trying to say that he was?
Luke is saying that Jesus is born during a census that happens after Herod the Great dies.
Mm-hmm.
It's a contradiction. It's talking about natural stories that can't happen at the same time, which means the natural way that Jesus is presented in the New Testament is impossible. You can't be born before you're born.
How do you know he was inferring to that census?
That's exactly what Luke 2 says.
It talks about the census.
Yes.
You said in Luke chapter 2.
Yep.
What verse? Do you have it on the top of your
2.
head?
People in the chat are saying that you're not tracking.
No, I am. I'm just reading. I just never heard of this one. I've heard of most of them, but this one's new. I've never heard of this one. So your claim about this is what exactly? Your original claim? I'm sorry.
All right. All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for sticking around here. Thank you very much. At a certain point, I'm not going to keep repeating myself. I repeated myself like a billion times to that guy. I told him exactly what it was. Told him the same sentence over and over. Very clearly couldn't understand. Oh, there may be one over the listen. No, I didn't dodge your delusion. What'd you got?
Hi, how are you? I had a question. So I was looking up about your book for a second, and so you don't believe the biblical text written in the Bible, but you decide to write a book in the Big 26. What proves your book like liable? How do you prove to people that your book is believable?
What?
You're writing about something that happened thousands and thousands of years ago. How do you get to write about something that happened in the 1st and 2nd century? But when others do it, it's not right, but it's like it's believable and liable when you do it. Make that make sense? I'm a little confused. I just looked it up about your book. Do I have to tell you what you wrote
Do
about?
you understand what the argument actually is?
No, I very much do, and you're gonna dodge this.
No,
because
you
it's
do?
Very hypocritical. It's very, very hypocritical.
No,
The
it's
Big
not.
26. It's 2026, and you, as an author, are writing about something that happened thousands and thousands of years ago. How do you even know that's true?
So first of all, it wouldn't even be thousands quite yet. It would need to be like 1900 plus, not quite thousands. On top of that, what qualifies me is not only a data science degree, which is, the basis for my data science work on this, but on top of that, it's the fact that I can read, I guess. I mean, I don't know if you're capable of doing that, but we can read in the Bible, and I just showed the guest before you that the Bible itself contradicts itself when talking about natural things. And when talking about natural things, if there's contradictions, then that means that the way that Jesus is portrayed naturally in this text is impossible. So you'd
Yeah,
have to
I'm just
carve out
that's
what story you like. Like with the last guest, what he could have done is he could have said, okay, Luke is wrong or Matthew is wrong. He could have picked which one he liked better.
Yeah, that's fair. I was trying to stay on the topic of your book. I see a lot of hypocrisy.
Hypocrisy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're a hypocrite. You're saying that Jesus and Paul never existed. Then
Correct.
you go to write a book about it and falsely report. What's your source for that? Like,
Falsely report what?
dude, all the sources in that book are horrid. It's dog crap.
The sources are the Bible.
The sources are not the Bible. You can't say that's from the Bible, bro. Did you read the book? You wrote it.
I
You
just
had to
got
have
done
read it.
telling you about what books of the Bible?
Explicitly tells us to watch out for false prophets and, you know, just the deceiving of Christ. And that's exactly what you're doing here. You're proving.
Sweet. 1 Peter 3:15 says you should always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believe when asked of you or demanded of you, and do so respectfully. And you can't do that either, so I guess you're not obeying
No,
the
yeah,
Bible.
I won't deny Christ. No, Jesus Christ is King of Kings and Lords of Lords. You have a good day, my boy.
Sweet. Tell your mama said hey. All right. Anyways, that being said, moving on, we may have one other person. Every time I want to hop off, somebody pops up. I go, oh, okay, see. All right, here we go. See. Are you back to try tracking again? See if you might be able to understand a sentence the first few fucking times I tell you it?
Yeah.
Sweet. What you got there for us, see?
So you're assuming that Luke's date is false because of why?
I'm not assuming either one of them is false. I'm just acknowledging that it's a contradiction. Do you have a favorite that you'd like to go with?
He says in those days. In Luke, that doesn't necessarily mean that was the only census, or that was the only.
It explicitly tells
Census
you
that
that
could've
this is
been-
the census that happens while who is the governor of Syria? What does it say there, buddy? Lock in.
Quirinius.
Cool. So it's that census, and Quirinius is not the governor of Syria during the same time, and doing a census of Judea, the same time that Herod or Herod Archelaus would be reigning. So therefore, even according to the Bible,
that?
because that wouldn't make any sense, because that would mean that Herod Archelaus is over it, not Quirinius, the governor of Syria.
Wait, say that last part again.
That would mean that Herod Archelaus would be over it, like Matthew 2 says that he does, or he starts reigning after Herod the Great dies, his father, instead of Quirinius, the governor of Syria.
Well, no, Quirinius could have been serving someplace different, though.
No, it explicitly says Syria.
Right.
Sounds like you have
So
a
what are you
tenuous
saying?
grasp on reading.
No, so what do you? I don't understand what you're getting at. If somebody's appealing to a census from a different area, and somebody's the king of a different area,
What area
Where
do,
you
what
getting
area do you
the
think that this
gap?
census is from?
I would say Rome. That the areas that they're from.
Okay. And where is Bethlehem at?
In Judea.
So would that be Quirinius's area, or would that be?
No, it's just saying that Quirinius was governor of Syria.
Okay. And
So what's
Quirinius replaces who?
Right, that's right. He ends up replacing Herod, but that wouldn't mean that the census from Quirinius would have been separate from Herod at the time. Like he could have been getting
He
a
doesn't have
consensus at an
control
earlier
over
time.
Judea.
No, but you still have to report a consensus, though.
A consensus?
You would still have to like put in your thing. That doesn't make any
if Herod was king over Judea, he would not have to report to Quirinius, the governor of Syria.
No, but Quirinius would have to Herod.
No, he's not over Judea.
No,
And
but you would still
Syria
have
is
to
not
report
in
the
Judea.
consensus of wasn't Syria a part of right? That doesn't, but it's still the same area. The
No,
overall for Rome, for the whole thing, the whole consensus of those areas, yeah.
no. Judea wasn't even
That's
technically part of the
okay.
Roman Empire at this point.
Yeah, it was because they still had. Yes, it was.
No, it's a colony.
Wasn't technically. No,
It's a colony.
now you're getting on semantics. Judea definitely was. Judea had to report and do everything.
It wouldn't make any
The
sense
Jews
for
were
them to be
required.
part.
Hold on,
It
hold on.
wouldn't
The
make
Jews
any
were
sense to
required
be
speak
part of
Roman
the
because they
Roman.
were a part of Rome.
It wouldn't make any
What are
sense
you
to be part
talking
of the
about?
Roman Empire and have a king.
Because they had they were in Rome, but they weren't necessarily of Rome.
That's what I
They were
just
required to
fucking
do
said,
things.
dipshit.
Right. But you would still have to report. You would still have to pay taxes. You would still have to do all these other
To Quirinius?
The Jews at the time would have to end up, yeah.
No. They would go maybe
Okay.
to the emperor.
And then the governor turns in the consensus
No,
to the
they
emperor.
don't have a governor. They would have a king if this was under King Herod. Sounds like you might need to brush up on your terminology, maybe your politics. It sounds like you just need to brush up on reading or thinking, maybe even breathing. Let's go back to the basics. But anyways, have a good day. Tell your mom I said hey.
That doesn't even.
Yeah, I understand. You can't track. You weren't able to track the first time. Didn't think that you'd be able to track the second. All right, Eric, how's it going?
Hey, just a quick message. I just sent a message to you of a video I saw about a writing about Jesus's existence that's outside of the Bible.
And what is it?
So I send it on your message because it's a link.
What writing?
And then I just send it
What
to you in
writing?
the chat box as well. I don't know too. I just
What did it
went
say?
up here to just let you know that
What did it say?
it speaks about the life of Jesus.
Sweet. Who wrote it?
Yeah, you can check it yourself.
I'm probably
I
not
ye-
going to do that. All right. Well, anyways, thank you to anybody and everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. Peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints. And also to you crazy people over there on YouTube, what is wrong with you people? Like, you guys are nuts. I have no. Anyways, I just decided to stop reading those comments. They are just wow. All right. Well, anyways, I will see you guys later too. I don't even know if you're part of the 35-second gang. You guys are just off the chain. I need to have a different terms or different phrases for the people on YouTube. But anyways, I'll see you guys later. So this YouTuber thinks Christ is real, but not Jesus. No. But the deity known as Christ was worshipped by the Christians before the mythology of Jesus was invented in the 2nd century, the middle of the 2nd century, by the way. So anyways, 35-second sludge, pretty much. See you later. Oh, I'll be back. I'll be back tomorrow. You can count on it.